Welcome friends. Today we're going to build a full stack real estate application. So I can here log out just to show you how the register and login works. Okay, so let me log in back. So here I'm typing the username, the password, and here I am again. So here we have, if you want to select, and let's pick here the price range, here the continent, and here when I click you see here how it pops up. Here you can see the image. Let's go back here to the home. Here we have best type of properties for you. Here we have 3 beach properties, 0 mountain and 1 village. Here we have a featured property, and here newsletter and footer. We can click on the featured property. You see it here. Okay, I want to show you how we can send an email to the owner of the property. So here we can go to that same one, click again. You see here even the URL has been changed. I can click here, you will see how it's looking, and here I can click on contact owner, and here you see this is our email. Here it is our username. Oops, here it is the email of the person that have the property, and here I can write a title. Hello bro, I want to contact you, and here the description, and here I can click send. Okay, so you see here we got the email. You see here from 0 minutes ago. Okay, so you see here the description and here everything. So it is working. We know the email is working. So guys, see you in development. So my friends, in this project you will learn in the front end, you will learn how to fetch data from the API that we will create, complex flex layouts. You're going to learn authentication also, and how to parse complex queries. For the backend, you will learn how to connect your backend to the MongoDB, authentication with JSON Web Token, fetching data from the database, and image uploading, and many others. So I'm waiting you in development.
Welcome again, friends. Today we're going to develop a real estate full stack MERN application. It will be responsive and we're going to deploy it at the end. So if you find that interesting, let's go. So if you have watched my videos, you know the first part is making here the folders. So here backend, client, and usually I have a habit of starting first with the backend, as most people do. So let's open the terminal. Let me just close the debug console, and here let's cd into our backend. Okay, we are into the backend. Let's initialize it with npm init y. The next part is installing the dependencies for our backend application. So let's go npi bcrypt, then course, then .env, express, json, web token, mongoose, motor, and nodemon. So if you don't know some of them, I'm going to explain. So I think you'd probably know motor and nodemon and mongoose and json web token. Those are more famous, but motor may be confusing to you. I'm going to explain it. So while they're installing, let me make here the index.js file, and let's write here the code. So let's import here express first. Just let me close this terminal. Let's import express. Then we're going to import mongoose. So require mongoose. Come on, mongoose. Then I'm going to import .env, and I'm going to instantly invoke one of the methods from the .env module, which is config. As you see here, it pops up from the IntelliSense. This is used for environmental variables. If I don't call this function, we are not going to be able to use environmental variables. And if you don't know environmental variables, they are just secretive information, like passwords or some secret data. This is for environmental variables. This is how you store them. Then let's import course, which is used for so I'm going to explain you. So our backend will be on localhost port on 5000, and our client will be on localhost port 3000. So you see here the difference. They are on different ports, and they cannot communicate if we have not installed and configured this package, so that's why we need course. Okay, after course we just need to get our application just like this, and we have to do two main parts, which is one part is to connect our DB, so MongoDB connect, and the next part, which is the second one, is starting our server. So I suggest to you, my friends, that we first go here to the MongoDB. It is going to take us 1 minute maximum. So here I'm going to type the email, then I'm going to type my password. So here I'm on the login page, if you don't know. So here I'm going to type my password. So, okay, let me log in. Okay, and here we are in. Come on, why it's that? So, okay, so here you see this icon. Click on this icon here, which is on my mouse. Then here on the left side, you see here projects. Click projects. Click new project here, as you see. And here the project name is whatever you like. I'm going to name it real estate MERN, just like this here. Create project. Then after create project here, it will show up create a database or build a database. So click build a database. Then here on the right side here, this shared starting at free. Then click create cluster. And here the username and password you want your database to have. I'm just going to write some simple username and password. Of course, in a real application, you are going to write a very hard password and a very hard username. Right now I write username 123. It is, very easy username and password for hackers to brute force. But of course you want longer and more complex. Okay, I'm just going to click finish and close, go to databases, and here you see connect, and on the second row, connect your application. This is the last step. So you just copy it, and of course, we can do it like this, so mongoose.connect, and then we can paste the string. But there are two parts. So first, it's long, but the more important part, which is the main part, is because this thing here is a secret information. If someone have access to this link, he can do whatever he wants with our database. This is something that you want to avoid at all cost. So here I'm going to remove this link from here from the index.js, and I'm going to make a .env file here into my backend directory. So you see here, that's why I have installed this module, and that's why I have called this function. So the name of the variable will be mongo underscore URL, and I'm going to paste it. But you see here with the brackets and here password, here is the place that we need to place our password. So here I'm just going to copy paste it because the username is the same as my password in this case. Of course, in a real application, you never want to do this. You want them to be very different and very more long. And longer. I mean, you see here it's 11 characters. This is not enough. If you want to make a password, just a tip from me. I'm not a security expert, but just a tip from me. Make it at least 20 characters. Oh, my passwords are very long, so you cannot hack them. Okay, enough talking here. So we need to start our server. Usually it's a convention to write the port number here. So I'm going to write here the port numbers, and here let's go. So app.listen process.env.port. And here we have a callback function to run if it's a success. So here I'm going to write console log, as you see here, and the message server has been started successfully. Okay, here for the mongoose.connect, it's process.env.mongo underscore URL, and the second parameter is the same as here in this function. So it's again a callback function if it's a success. So here MongoDB has been started successfully. Okay, so here I can go to my package.json here, and here on the scripts, this object here, instead of test, I want here to be start, and here instead of this echo error or something, I want it to be nodemon index.js. This is how I want it to be. So I can close it like this, and here I can write in the console npm run start. So if it's a success, we will see those two messages pop up in the console. So server has been started successfully and MongoDB has been started successfully. But here I see a warning, so I'm going to copy this line of code and paste it just to get rid of this warning. So you see here right now we have no warning, so we get rid of the warning. Okay, the next part here into our backend directory is to make the folders. So here we are going to have models, we're going to have controllers. After models and controllers, we're going to have middlewares, and that's it for now. So usually I start with the models first as most people, so just let me close here and let's go to the models. So we're going to have two models. One is user.js and the second one is property.js. So let me first start with the user. So const mongoose is equal to require mongoose. Then const user schema is equal to new mongoose.schema. And here I'm going to have a username, type is going to be a string, required is going to be a true, and then it's going to be unique of true. So our username must be a type of a string. We must provide a username if we want to make a specific document, and it must be different than all of the usernames in the previous document. That's how you can read those conditions here. Okay, after the username, we have an email which have literally the exact same fields here. So I can just copy paste them. So the email is a string. It is required. That means that you cannot create an user document, not collection, without the email, and it must be different than the other emails in the collection. Then after the email and username, we have a password, which is again a type of a string. Again, it's required, but instead of unique, because we are not going to need unique, we are going to need minimum of 6 characters. Even I'm going to put it at, let's put it actually at 6, I'm not going to put it at more than 6. Usually the minimum in a real application should be, in my opinion, at least 12 characters, at least 12, but this is a demo application, that's why I'm going to make it at 6. Okay, and here we have a profile image. So the profile image is type of a string and default is an empty string, so it's not required. We can make it required, but I'm going to leave it just like this. And here I'm going to provide timestamps to true. This means that timestamps true. This means that when we create a user document, it will have automatically assigned two fields. One is when it was created and the other one is when it was last updated. So it is good to have some bonus metadata with the timestamps to true. Okay, then we just export it. So module.exports mongoose.module user schema, just like this. Okay, the next model that we have here is the property.js. So here let me close the user and let's start. So const mongoose is equal to require mongoose. Then const property, here uppercase of course, of property schema is equal to new mongoose.schema. And here we have a current owner. Why is this popping up, this window? So a current owner, which is going to be a type of mongoose.types.object.id. So you know, when we create a specific document, by default mongoose assign an object ID, which is a unique identifier. So we're going to have the type of of this object ID for the current user, and it is going to have a reference to the user document, user collection I mean. So it's going to refer back to here. And of course it must be required. So we are going to link every single property with its owner. Then the next part here is to have a title, and the title is going to be a type of a string, required of true, and the minimum is going to be of 8 characters. So you cannot have a title which is less than 8 characters. It is too short in my opinion. Then the next is type, which is going to be again a type of a string, but it's going to have enum as a field, which is going to be quite an interesting field. You have probably not encountered it. So it is basically, I'm going to write it and I'm going to explain. So here it's beach, mountain, and village. So this means that the type is only beach or mountain or village. You cannot create a type, let's say, to be I don't know, let's say tropical. You cannot have such a type. Enum basically limits the type to only three options, which is beach, mountain, and village. So you have only three options, and it's going to be, of course, required to true. After the type, we're going to have here a description, which is going to be a type of a string, required of true, and the minimum is going to be here of 20 characters. After the description here, we're going to have an image, of course, of the property. So the image is type of a string and required is going to be a true. After the image, we're going to have a price. So it's going to be a type of a number and of course required of true. After this, we're going to have square meters or SQ meters for short, which is going to have, just I forgot the colon, and it's going to be again a type of a number, and we must provide this field here. Okay, then we have continent, which is a type of a string, and required is going to be of true. After the continent here, we have bets, which is a type of a number, required true, and minimum of 1. So you cannot write less than 1 bets. I can even make it a 2. Let's make it minimum of 2 bets. And lastly here we have featured, which is going to be a type of a boolean, and it's going to be here a default of false, just like this. And here, of course, I'm going to provide stamps is equal to true. And the last part, as you may know, is to export it. So module.export is equal to mongoose.module property schema. Okay, we are ready with this part. The next part, as you may know, is the controllers. So let me close the property.js and let's make here the controllers. So Auth Controller.js, then property controller.js, and lastly upload controller.js. So the upload controller, because I think that's the more interesting part. So the upload controller is basically for motor. This dependency here that I have installed. Motor is used for uploading images. So that's why I'm going to have a separate controller for the motor dependency. So right now you know. Okay, let me close all of them here on the right. And let's start here with the Auth controller. So let me make the Auth controller variable here, which is require express dot router. Then we have const user is equal to require dot slash model slash user, which is our user model. Then we have bcrypt, which is used for hashing passwords. And lastly, the last dependency here is JSON Web Token or JWT or JWT for short. You can pronounce it as JWT or JWT. I have seen both of the variants, so it's interchangeable. Okay, then we are going to have a register and a login. So let's start first with the register. Auth controller dot post slash register endpoint. It is going to be async request response. Right now you may ask, why async WebDevMania? And I'm going to answer back to you. It's an async because we're going to interact with a database. And every single interaction with a database is asynchronous by nature. So that's why we must have here the async keyword before the parentheses here. Okay, and it is going to here to be a try catch block, and for the catch block I'm just going to write return response status of 500.json error.message. This is for the catch block. For the try block here we're going to have first a variable which is const is existing, and here we check if we have such an email in our database. So await user.find1 email request.body.email. So we check if we have already registered that particular email, and if so, if that is true, which means that there is such an email in our database, we need to throw an error. So throw new error, already such an email registered. So, of course, when you register, you want to register with an email that is not yet into the database. But if it's into the database, we are going to throw an error. Then the next part is to hash our password. So, I'm going to show you an example what is hashing a password. So, let's say your password is 123 123. When you hash it, it's going to look something like this. Of course, not exactly like this, but you get the point. It's going to be super long and super unrecognizable, and I'm going to show you. So don't worry if you haven't seen a hashed password. Okay, let's continue. So here, const hashed password is equal to await bcrypt.hash request.body.password, and here the second parameter is salt. You can see here the salt to be used in encryption is specifies a number. If specified as a number, then a salt will be generated with the specific number of rounds. You can read more about salts. It's related to cryptography, I think. So it is out of my scope, but you can read it. I have read it a little bit. Okay, then we make const new user is equal to await user.create, and here we spread the request.body, and here we reassign one of its properties, which is the password, and we reassign it here with the value from the hashed password. So here is the username, the email, and stuff. So I can write it like this: request.body.email, username, user request.body.username, but it's basically the same and much shorter and elegant to write it like this with the 3 dots just to spread the object. Okay, then the next part here is to get the password away from the new user. Even though it is hashed, it is still a good practice to get rid of the password. It is better for security if you do not return the password. Okay, then const token is equal to JWT.sign, and here the ID is just going to be the new user ID, just like this. The second parameter is a secret. So we're going to write process.cmv.gwt underscore secret. And here the third parameter is an optional, and I'm going to write it to show you, which is here an object, and here expires in, and here we need to provide a string which represents at some time. What do we mean by some time? Let's say 5h, this means 5 hours. 1d, this means 1 day. I'm going to provide it at, let's say, 4h just to be long enough for that project. And the last part here is to return everything. So return response status of 201.json here, others, and token. If you don't want to be others, you can rename it like this with the 2 dots, user or user data, or you get the point, but I'm going to leave it as others. It does not bother me. So of course, let me open here the post terminal. Not the post terminal, what I say, the postman, not the terminal. Okay, so here we make a post request to the auth route on the register endpoint. But just let me close that model. But before I write whatever it is, I first need to export the Auth Controller. So let me go here to routes and middlewares. So here app.use on the auth route, we're going to import the Auth Controller. And you probably see here that I use request.body here, and here into this line of code. So in order to have access to the request.body, we cannot use it like this. We need to write 2 middlewares in order to have access to request.body. This is a very common, I'm not sure if it counts as an error, but a lot of beginners face this problem because they don't write those 2 middlewares and they try to access request.body, and then they lose a lot of time debugging and doing all sort of stuff just to find out that they need to write 2 lines of code. And I myself was in the same exact position, so it is very frustrating. So let's go. So app.use express.json, and then app.use express.url encoded here parentheses and here curly braces and here extended to true. With those two middlewares, you are going to have access to the request.body without a problem. And I just see here from now that I have not used the course. I'm just going to use it from now because I may forget later and I'm going to wonder what error I have. So here you can import, you can place it here or here. I'm not sure, I don't think there is any difference, but it should be above the controllers here. It should be above the controller. So I'm just going to place it at the top to be extra sure. Okay, so let me go here to the postman and here let me have a username. So username is going to be here user1. Email is going to be here user1@gmail.com, and then password, we're going to have here a password of 123123. So let me click send and let me see, secret or private key must have a value. I know the error, I know why we have that error, because we have used process.env.jwt underscore secret, but we have not declared that variable here. Let's declare it. So JWT underscore secret 123. Of course, in a real application, you don't want such a simple secret. You want something a lot more complex and longer. This is just for demo purposes. I again repeat. Okay, so we have this, and when we change here the environmental variables, we want to restart our server. So I'm going to click on Windows, Control C, Y here, and again npm run start. So our server is started successfully again. Let's go here to the postman and click send. Already such an email registered. Yes, because of the other one. So right now when I click send, we're going to have it. So we get everything here. You see the token, this is how a JWT token looks like. And here we get everything but the username, not the username, but the password. I'm going to actually return the password. I'm just going to return the new user just like this here, just for you, my friends, to see how a hashed password looks like. So from 1 to 3, we get this thing here, right? It is, in my eyes and probably in yours, completely unrecognizable. From 6 characters and only numeric characters we get. I'm not going to count them, but there are a lot of characters, like probably 30 characters at least. Okay. Let me close here the terminal again and let's make here the login. So app.use, or not app.use, but Auth Controller.post request on the login endpoint here, async request response, and try catch here. So for the login, we are again going to make this same check here, but it's going to have an opposite logic. First, I'm just going to copy paste here the code from the catch block, and let's start. So here const user is equal to await user dot find one. And here again email request.body.email. So I'm going to again make the same check here if we have such an email in our database. And here I check if we have and we throw an error. But in the login I'm going to do the opposite logic. If we don't have here, I'm going to throw an error, which is going to be wrong credentials. Just like this here. If we have passed this condition, I'm going to compare the password that we get from the request.body to the password that is from the database. So here const compare pass is equal to await bcrypt.compare request.body.password and user.password. So we're going to compare those passwords, and if that is a false value, we're going to throw again an error with the wrong credentials, like this. And again, the next part is the same as here. So I can, I'm just here going to replace here from, it was new users, I want it to be others, not new users. And let's go. So here again, const token is equal to jwt.sign, and here again ID user._id, then process.env.jwt_secret, comma, and here again the exparsing for age. I have already written this, you know what's the logic. Then const password and the rest of the object dot others is equal to user._doc, and then we return them. I'm not explaining that thoroughly because I have already explained that same logic 5 minutes ago. So here return response status of 200.json here, others and password. Just like this here, and not password but token, we need to write it like this. So let's try here the login. So here the endpoint is login, and we don't need a username, we only are going to log in with email and password. So here I'm going to use that, the username 3@gmail.com, and that password. Let me click send. So this is working again without any errors on the first try, which is good. So you see here we get everything that we need and the token here. If I add an extra character here, you see that one at the end, click send. Wrong credentials, which is working as intended. I remove it, click again, we get it back. If I add an extra character here for the password, you see that uppercase A, let me click send, the same message. So this is working as I intended it to work, which is great. So we are finished with the Auth Controller. The next part here is the property controller. So let me close it and let me open the property controller. So here I'm going to import property model. So const property is equal to require /model / property, and then let's declare the property controller variable, which is require here express and then router and parentheses. And I'm going to import a middleware, a function which I have not yet created. So const verify token is equal to require /middleware / verify token. So this, if you don't know what is a middleware, I suggest to you, my friends, that you stop the video and read some article for 10 minutes. It is a very simple concept, but I don't want to lose the time of the people here that have already watched or just know what is a middleware. It is basically, I'm going to tell you for 10 seconds, it is basically a function that is between the request and the response. So we can check for authentication, authorization, that kind of stuff before going to the actual function. Okay, let me make the verify token.js file, and let's start here with the middleware. So we just need to import JSON web token, just like this. This is the only dependency in this file, and let's declare the function const verify token is equal to request, response, and next. And this next is literally the next function after the middleware. You see, it is literally between the request and the response. And if I don't call next, I'm not going to go to the function that you have called. So here, usually people, I'm just going to get the token here. Usually people store it here. This is the request here. This is request.body, request.headers. Here people usually store it in request.headers, and here you see authorization, here bearer, space, and the token. Here I'm going to copy paste and replace the auth token from another project, and here bearer, space, and a token. So if I want to access it, I'm going to access it like this request.headers.authorization. So here headers and authorization, this is how you access it. And here I'm going to check. If we don't have it, I'm going to return response status of 403.json here, message not authorized, no token. Then if we have request.headers.authorization and request.headers.authorization.starts with, this starts with is a JavaScript by default function. It is literally doing what is it saying. If that thing starts with bearer, and don't forget the space, so bearer and the space, here we're going to go to this if block. So here const token is equal to request.headers.authorization.split, and we split by space. So we get here an array with the with the bearer and the token, that long thing. So I want to get the token. How I can get the token? I need to access the second element. And how you access the second element? You get it by the first index. So I want to get the first index, which is the token itself. And then I'm going to use JSON.verify methods to place the token here as the first parameter. Then the second parameter here is process.env.jwt underscore secret. And then I get a third parameter, which is a parenthesis here with the error and data. So if error is true, I'm going to return response status of 403.json here, message wrong or expired token. Else we have no error, which is good. This means that we have nothing. We have no error, not nothing. So let's continue. Request.user is equal to data, and this data here is id user._id. This is literally this thing here. So this is literally the data that we are getting, literally. So I can even oops, what I did. So I can just copy paste it. I mean, it's the same, okay? And of course, then we call the next. So the next is literally the function that is after the verify token. So suppose, just an example, I have the verify token here. The next in this context is literally this function. Oops, come on. It's literally this selected function. Literally, the next is the next. Okay, let me remove it because of course I'm not going to have a token when I log in. I'm going to create a token when I log in, not before I log in. Okay, and the last part here is to export. So module.exports is equal to verify token, just like this. Okay, so we have everything that we need to start the property controller. So let's go. So we're going to have here first get all properties, then get featured, then get all from a specific type. After this, we're going to have get counts of types. So example, I'm going to show you. So we're going to get an object back, let's say with beach properties of 2, then village of 5, and mountain of 12. That's how it's going to look, the result. Then get individual property, then create an estate offer, offer, not estate, so create an offer or estate. I'm going to put just an estate, then update estate, and then the last here is delete, so delete estate. Okay, first let's start here with the get all. So property controller dot get slash get all. This is the endpoint. It's going to async request response and a try catch. So again, for the catch block, I have return response status of 500.json error.message. And here for the try block, const properties is equal to await properties.find, and here we get all of them, and then we return them. So it's not a complex function as you see here, it's pretty simple in my opinion. We just fetch and return. And here it's property, not properties, so the name of the module is property. Okay. Then here we have get featured, so property controller dot get slash find slash featured, and here async request response, again an arrow function, again a try catch, again let's copy paste the code from the catch block. And for the try, we have here const featured properties is equal to await property.find, and here let's return with the everything which have the feature true, and let's populate the current owner and remove the password. So this thing here is strange. I'm going to explain it right now. So do you remember this thing here? Current owner type mongoose.types.object.id. When I navigate here, this is the object ID. This is what we're going to store. This is it. So we're going to store, I'm just going to copy paste just for you to have a better imagination. So this is literally what we're going to store here, some object ID from some user. And when we populate it, instead of the ID, we get back the data. So from the ID, we get back everything. So just like this is what populate does. And of course, the minus password means give me the current owner from its ID, but remove the password field. That's why it's minus password. Of course, we don't. It's very bad for security reasons to get the password from another person, even though it is hashed. It's still very bad for security reasons. I cannot stress that enough. Then we return. So return response status of JSON featured properties, just like this. Then we have get all from a specific type. So it's going to be again property controller dot get request, and here is going to be just find. Here async request response try catch. Here, wow, I have used square brackets, not curly braces. Oops, mistakes happen. I'm just going to fix it. Okay, I have fixed it. Okay. Here for the catch block we have the same code, so I'm just going to copy paste it in here. For the try we are going to have here const type is equal to request.query. So if you wonder what is request.query, we're going to have it like this. So we are on the property route, and here it is /find. So here we have /find on the endpoint, and here let's say that I want to get every property which is a type of a beach. So I do a question mark type is equal to beach. This is what a query means. This is how it looks. So you have an idea. And it's going to be an object. So this is going to look like type is going to be, let's say, a beach. This is how it's going to look. So a key value pair, an object, as you see here. I'm going to leave it just for you, my friends. And here, if we have a type here, we're going to return the property. We're going to get the property. So const properties is equal to await property dot find type dot populate, again current owner, and here minus password. So if we have a type, we return it. So return response status of 200.json properties. Else I'm going to return response status of 500.json here. No such type, just like this. Okay, get count of types. Let's go. So here it's again property controller dot get /find /types. Here async request response, again a try catch. Let me copy this here for the catch, and here for the try we have here const beach type is equal to await property dot count documents, and here type is going to be a beach. This is, let's say, better for performance, even though our application is small, it have almost no importance, but of course for a big application that's very important, the performance of your application. So I have heard from better developers than myself that count documents is a better way compared to something that you have probably thought of. So find and then dot length. You can do it like this, but let's stick to good practices. This is better. I'm just going to copy paste this 2 more times, and here it's going to be mountain type, and here the type is going to be mountain, and the last type here is village type. So here type is equal to village, and here oops, we return response status of 200.json here, and here we have beach type, then we have mountain type, and here village type, village, and here village type as the value. So the response looks like this. We have the beach, and then the beach type, mountain type, and village type. Okay, so we have a last get request, because we have several get requests for now. We have last one. So it is the get individual property, or here I think it's better done is to call them property rather than a state. I like property more. So let's go here, property controller dot get here /find /id async request response a try catch, and here again the catch code, and for the try we have const property is equal to await property dot find request dot params dot id dot populate current owner, again without the password. If we don't have a property, we're going to throw new error, no such property with this id. Else we have such a property, so we return it. So return response status of 200.json here property, just like this. And here it's going to be the function that we're going to use, this middleware that you saw here. I have not yet used this, but right now I'm going to use it for the create a property, not create a property. Okay, so here is going to be property controller dot post, and here a slash, and here we have the verified token, async request response. So literally it sits in the middle of the request and the response. That's why it's called a middleware. And here a try catch, again I'm going to copy here the catch code, and here for the try, const new property is equal to await property dot create. We spread the request dot body just like this, and here for the current owner is request dot user dot id. So you remember here from the middleware, this is the data, literally this is the data, and we reassign it to request dot user. So if you want to get access to the id, we need to do request dot user dot id to get access to read the user id. So we do it and we store it like this. Pretty convenient way in my opinion. And then return response status of 201.json new property to the update property. So property controller dot put request this time, id here, verify token, async request response, in here try catch, return response status just like this, and here for the try code we go const property is equal to await property dot find by id request params dot id, and again we don't populate it right now, or do we? No, we don't. Okay, and here property owner, if the property dot current owner is not equal to the request dot user dot id, here I'm going to throw new error. You are not allowed to update other people's properties, just like this. Else const updated property is equal to await property dot find by id and update. And here the first parameter is, I'm just going to make it on several lines, so request dot params dot id. The first parameter is the id. The second one is what we're going to update, so we're just going to take the whole request dot body and update it, and then new to true. If you wonder what new to true means, so if we don't have this new to true, if I delete it, it's still going to be updated, but it is going to return the document before it was updated. So it is going to update it, but it's going to return before it was updated. It's kind of confusing, I know. That's why I always put this new to true, because when you update something and you want to read this thing, you want to get after it was updated, not before. I know. Okay, enough talking. The last part here is to return response status of 200.json updated property. Okay, and here I see I have one last request, which is the delete property. So let's go. Property controller.delete slash here id. Again, I'm going to need the verify token, async request response, a try catch, and here let me copy again this, and let's go. So here const property is equal to await property dot find by id request dot params dot id. Then if property dot owner is not current owner, not owner, but current owner is not equal to the request dot user dot id, here throw new error. You are not allowed to delete other people as properties. Else we're going to just do await property dot delete. This is how you can delete a document, and then return response status of 200.json here, message successfully deleted property, just like this. So the last part is to export here the property controller, and to import it here. So it's going to be on the property route, and we're going to import the property controller. Nice. So of course the next part here is to create some properties and use all of those functions here. So I'm just going to be here just to see what fields I'm required to type. So title, type, description. Okay. Right now we're not going to have image uploading, so I'm just going to type some random string for the image. Later in the front end we are going to have this. We're going to have image uploading, so don't worry about this specific functionality. So let's go here to the postman. It is /property just. It is already a post request. Let's go to the request.body, and here first we need a title. So the title is going to be property1. Then I have a description which is going to be property1 description. It's here. Then I have a type. So here I have a type which is going to be a beach. Then I have an image which is going to be just some random string, as I told you earlier. I'm just going to write this. After the image here I have a price, square meters. Okay, so here a price is going to be here, let's say $100,000 or whatever currency it is, it doesn't matter. So 100,000, yes, it's 100,000. We have here square meters. So for square meters we're going to have, let's say, I don't know, let's say 100 square meters. For the continent here we're going to have, let's say, Europe. Then after the continent what we have required, which is only beds. So beds, let's put it at 3. Of course the price you see here, it should be not a string, it should be a number, and here the same for the square meters. It should be not a string but a number. Okay, we have written all of the properties here. Let's click on send, and we get it from the first time, from the first try. So you see here the current owner. Let me just copy this user ID. Let me go here to the MongoDB, browse collections, and here to the users collection, and let me paste it. So here you see here, this is from the middleware. This is how we store it. So you see it's the ID of user 3, and when I go to properties, you see here the object ID, and the property itself have its own object ID, but the current owner object ID refers to that user. So you see how it's working. Okay, let's try them one by one. I'm just going to create 2 more properties just so we have something. So here property 2, property 2, the price going to be, let's say, 200,000, the square meters 200. So click send, and let's make property 3, 300,000 and 300 meters. Again, I'm going to create, and we have 3 properties to work with. So just let me go back to the VS Code. What I did, come on, go back to the VS Code, and here what we should try first. Let's try here get all. So here /get all, which is let me go here, this here, let me try it. Click send. Error, it should be a get request, not a poll. So change it here to get, click send, and we get an array of 3 objects, which is working as intended. We have created 3 properties, and 2 of them, you see here, they have different ID here. So you see here it ends with 6CD, here with 6CF, but the current owner ID is the same here. You see, it is literally the same. Okay, we're going to try then the find featured, but we have not made a featured. So here I'm just going to change this property 1 from false to true, and I'm going to update it just directly from the Mongo database, so we get something back. So let me copy paste this here. Let's go to the postman, and let's go. Click send, and do we get back this? Yes, we get it. So featured is true, and here is how a populate object ID looks like. It's literally the user. So you see how cool it looks. I like it a lot. Okay, what else do we have to try? So we have here to find a specific type. So here we have find question mark here, and what was the type here? Beach. So type is going to be equal to beach. Click send, and yes, I expected this. We get the 3 the three properties back because all of them are the type of beach. That's why we get them. So here you see type of beach, and here type of beach. This working again as intended. Then here we get the get counts of properties. We need to get beach 3, village of 0, and mountain of 0 if it's a correct. So let me copy this. Let me paste it. Oops, I'm just going to do it like this, so slash types, and let's click send. So you see here beach 3, mountain 0, village 0. So as I told you, this working correctly. Then we get the get individual. So I can go here to the database and let me get an individual. So here I'm going to copy what was find slash okay. So here find slash and here the object ID. Here click send. What? Let me click again. Parameter filter. Okay, let me see what is the problem. So here it's a get slash find with the ID here, and it should be I find one here. So find one, but is that the problem? So parameter filter to find, but got a request dot parameters. What did I copy here? Paste it again. Wow, what's the problem? Let me see it. So parameter filter to find one must be an object, but got it should be find by ID. Come on, that's a silly mistake. So it should be find by ID. Right now it should work. It must work. Okay, so we get it back. It should be find by ID. Okay, we have tried to create a property, so we can go directly into the update a property. So a put request. Here I'm going to remove this find and let's update it. So here I'm going to make the title to 3333. I'm just going to put a lot of trees here and you're going to see that it's updated. So click send. You are not allowed to update other people properties. Wow. Interesting. So here, if it's not equal, I'm going to console log them because I'm very curious how are they not equal. I think they should be equal. So if I make the request, click, I have encountered this thing here. You see they are the same, 28 CCB, 28 CCB, but this is a new object ID, this is just a string. So here I need to make, I'm going to make both of them to string and whoops, come on, just like this here. And we're going to get rid of the error. So right now we are going to update it. So click send. And you see here the title is obviously updated. You probably see it. Okay, so the update works as expected, and we can let me go here to the token. I want to show you. So let me remove this last letter, and when I click send, right now we get a wrong or expart token. This is directly from the middleware. So this is the message here, wrong or expart token. Nice. And let me add that back. So right now when I click, when I make the delete request, right now it should delete. So click send. You are not allowed to, it's the same mistake with the update, so I need to make it again to string. So just let me copy and let me paste it just like this, and let me try to delete it. So click send. It successfully deleted property. So we deleted this property here, the tree. So let me refresh it, and right now we are going to see that it's nowhere to be found. So we have only two properties, property 3 here, property 2. I have deleted property 1, my bad. I have deleted property 1. It is with the ID here. Let me see it. So when I copy the ID here, you can see that it's nowhere to be found. No, 0 results. So I have deleted the specific property. Okay, this is working as well. The last controller is the upload controller. So I can close it here and let's go here to the upload controller. So not the property, but the upload. So we import the motor dependency. So require motor. And here const upload controller is equal to require express and here dot router. Just like this here. And here const storage is equal to motor disk storage. And here destination. So If you don't know what I'm writing, just check the no, I'm going to explain it to you actually. Don't check the you can check it, of course, you can check it, but I'm going to explain it so you have bonus explanation. So here, we have two functions to write. The destination, which I'm currently writing, is where our file will be saved. So here I'm going to get just the parameters, request, file, and cb, and here an arrow function. So I'm going to use a CB, and the first parameter is no. This is for the error. You see here, CB, and here we get error. We have no error. But the destination here, it must be a string. So here the string is going to be public/images. And you wonder, web dev mania, what are you doing? We have no public images, right? We have middlewares, we have controllers, middlewares, modules, and here nodes underscore modules. Of course, let's create. So here public, and here images. That's how we are going to do it. So we have created it. So when we send an image, it's going to be saved exactly here if we send it to motor. And here the file name, which is the other interesting function. So again, request, file, and cb, an arrow function, which is cb, again no for the error, and the file name will be request.body.file name. So whatever the file name is in the request.body. So we specify where and what will be the name. So I'm going to make a comment above for you to read it again. So destination, where the image will be saved, in which directory. File name, what will be the name of the image, of the saved image. Okay, so this is it for the storage. Then we have const upload, and it's equal to motor parentheses curly braces upload storage. Here is from the documentation storage, and here we have named this constant storage. So you know, ES6 syntax, we can do it just like this. It is the same. Storage or storage, it is the same. Okay, then the next part is here upload controller dot pose here on the endpoint of image, and here upload single dot not dot I mean upload dot single image here inside. So this upload dot single image, I'm going to write, is going to check in the request.body for the request.body.image. So it must be the same as here. If that was, let's say, image, it must be here the same. They must be identical here. If you want it to work, of course. And then we have async request response here. A try catch here. For the catch, we have console.error here, error. And for the try here, it's return response status of 200.json file uploaded successfully. And of course, let me export it. Yes, we need to export it. So module.export is upload controller, and let me import it. app.choose /upload controller. So I'm going to use it when we make the front end, which is right now. We are finished with the backend, so let's go here to the front end. So let me close it here, just like this. And let's open a new terminal and go cd client and npx create react app and a dot. So we are into the client directory, which means that our React application will be initialized in our client directory. So click enter and it will be initialized. Okay, our React application has been successfully initialized. So let's install our dependencies. So npm I react icons, react redux, react router DOM, then redux persist, and redux.js/toolkit. So this will be our dependencies for that application. So click enter, and while they are installing, I'm just going to close the terminal, go to the client source, and here I'm going to make the components folder. And you may noticed we have an assets folder. Usually you don't have an assets folder just like this. I have got some images while the application was initializing, so you can get those images freely. You can go to my GitHub here, web dev mania GitHub, and you can go here. So you see, you can just click here, client, source, and assets, and you can get the images and you can install them. I personally use one website for it, but you can install them manually, just like this. Okay, so for the components here, I'm going to create several folders. So let's start here. We are going to have featured properties. Then I'm going to have footer. Then I'm going to have hero. Then I'm going to have navbar, newsletter, popular properties. After it, we're going to have just properties, property detail, and we have two more left, which is sign in and sign up, just like this. Okay, let me remove those boilerplate files that I personally never use and I don't need. So I'm selecting all of those 5, click delete, and here I'm going to remove this code from here and here into the app.js. I'm going to remove this here, just like this, and here the logo. And here into the app.css, I'm going to write some default styling. So just let me remove this, and I'm going to target everything. This is done by the asterisk, as you see here. So here I'm going to have box sizing of border box, then margin of 0, padding of 0, font family will be, font family will be Roboto, and then sans serif. So you probably know that Roboto is not coming from CSS by default, so don't worry, the process takes several seconds. So we can go here to Google Fonts, and here let me click on Google Fonts, and you see literally, just let me close this. So when you go to the fonts.google.com, literally the first font that pops up here is the Roboto. So you click here, and here you have different boldness. You see here, select medium 500, 500 italic, bold 700, 700 italic, and so on and so on. So you can select them like this, you can unselect them if you don't want. And then when you select several, you can go here on the top right, and here you see view selected families. You click here, and here you just copy this, go here to the public, so public index.html, and here just paste what you have copied. This is what we have copied. So right now the Roboto font will work. Okay, let me close this, and here just let me, okay, and here for every single folder that I have created into the components, I'm going to create here a JSX and a CSS file. So here featured properties.jsx rfce. Right now, if you wonder, web dev mania, what is that rfce that I have done? Just like this thing here. It's an extension here, ES7. You are going to see just a second. React, yes, and not this one, but yes, this one, this with the 7 plus million downloads. So you see ES7 plus React, Redux, React native snippets. This is it. So just those with the plus 7 million downloads and install it. It's going to save you a lot of time. Okay. Then after the JSX, we have a CSS file. So featured properties.module.css. I'm going to use CSS modules, which are basically vanilla CSS. So don't worry if you don't know them. It is basically vanilla CSS, like 95% plus vanilla CSS. Okay, and here we have the footer.jsx, rfc, footer.module.css. Let me import here the styling sheet. So import classes from quotes.slash. Okay, then here for the hero, so hero.jsx, JSX, come on, hero.jsx, here again rfc, hero.module.css, import classes from / here module.css, hero.module.css, then navbar.jsx rfce, navbar.module.css. Let me import again the CSS, and I'm going to do this, as you see, for every single folder inside the components. So the next one is newsletter, so newsletter.jsx rfce, newsletter.module.css, again import classes from quotes.slash like this, then popular properties.jsx rfc, popular properties.module.css, and let's import it again. As you see here, again the same procedure, and we have 4 more left. So properties.jsx rfc, properties.module.css, import the styling sheets, and we have 3 left, so we are almost done. So the next one is the property details, so property detail.jsx rfc, property detail.module.css. So import classes from quotes.slash, and we have 2 more left, so we are almost ready. So signup.jsx rfce, sign in, not sign up, so sign in.module.css, import classes from quotes.slash, and we have 1 last left. So signup.jsx rfce, signup.module.css, and import it. Import classes from quotes.slash. So we have created every single file that we need. Let's go to the app.js, here app.js, and here let's make the routing. This is the final part that is like the, you know, the part before writing the actual code. So here in the index.js, actually before doing anything, into the index.js, import browser router from react router DOM. So we import it and we paste it here. So we must wrap our whole application with the browser router in order to have access to the react router DOM. Okay, right now here inside I'm going to make routes just like this here, and inside we're going to have individual routes. So route in here on the home path, and we're going to have here an element just like this. We're going to have in total, let me see, so 1 2 3 4, we're going to see how many pages, because I cannot see that well from the screen. So here we have the home path, then the sign up, sign in. After the sign in, we have properties, then we have property detail / id, and those are, so we have in total 5 pages as you see here. So for the home path here, I'm going to do it like this. So here I'm importing navbar at the top, footer at the bottom, and below, I mean not below, but between them, I'm going to have hero, then popular properties, then featured properties, oops, and then I'm going to have newsletter. And of course, they should be wrapped here into a React fragment to get rid of the error. They must have a common parent element. Of course, you can make them in one component, but I did it like this and I'm going to stick. Probably it's not the best practice, but I done it like this. So yes, here the sign up, let's import here the sign up, then the sign in, then we have the properties. So here again, I'm going to make a React fragment like the home, and I'm going to do it. You're going to see how. So here again, at the topmost, I'm going to have a navbar. Then between I'm going to have properties, and then below I'm going to have footer. So like this, I can even space them if you feel like, you know, just like this. Okay, and here the property detail. So the property detail is going to be again with the React fragment, just like this here, and we have the navbar at the topmost, then property detail, and below we have the footer. So we have the sign up and the sign in. I'm just going to copy paste them on here below on the bottommost, and here those are our 3 pages here. Like if we exclude those 2, those are our 3 main pages. So home, the properties, and the property details. So you see how are they. And of course I usually start with the navbar. So let me go here to the navbar and let's start typing the code. So here, just let me close everything, like close to the right. Come on. Okay, so here class name is going to be classes.container. Then inside I'm going to have classes.wrapper, and here I'm going to have a left side, a right side, and a just classes.left, center, and a right side. So we have 3 sides, and here for the left side I am not going to have a div, but I'm going to have a React router DOM link. So let's import it from import link from React router DOM like this, and it's going to navigate us back to the home page. And it's going to be with the text real estate, and here this icon BS house door, just like this here. And here import from React icons BS, just like this. Then for the center side, it's not going to be div, it's going to be here a UL, so unordered list, and we're going to have here AY, so AY with the class name of list item, and in total we're going to have 4 AY. So if you want to write it shorter, you can do it like this. So just click enter and you see, voila, we have 4 AY here. It's going to be home, about, featured, and here contacts. So those are for the list item, and here for the right side we are going to have two links here, which are going to be here for the sign up and another one for the sign in. So they're both going to have two attribute, and it's going to be here sign up, and below of course going to be sign in, just like this here. Okay, so let me start our React application. So cd client npm run start, and while it's starting I'm going to split the screen just like this for you, my friends, to see what I am styling. Okay, so it's almost instantaneously started. Let me just see what we have. Come on, loading. Okay, you see what we have here. So we have a lot of things to style. Okay, so here dot container is going to be position sticky, top of 0, left of 0, height of 60 pixel, width of 100%, the index is going to be 9999, then below this background color of FFF, and here border bottom of 1 pixel solid 888. Then dot wrapper is going to have here max width of 100 and 1100, actually 1108 pixel, margin of 0 auto, so it's going to be centered, then height of 100%, display of flex, justify content of space between, align items of center. You probably see how fast I type. It's not because I'm superhuman, it's because there are some abbreviations. You see AIC is equal for align item center, so AIC, click enter, align item center. For justify content space between, it was JCSB. You see, from JCSB, justify content space between. Okay, so this is a trick that could save you a lot of time. And then below we have a padding. So padding 0.25 on top and bottom, and 1.5 on the left and right. So click enter and we have the padding. So we can see how it's looking. Okay, we still have to style it a little bit, but we are going to do it class name by class name. Don't worry. Okay, then after the wrapper here, I'm going to style here the left side, which is going to have text decoration of none, font size of 26 pixel, font weight of both, display of flex, align items of center, gap of 0.5 ARM, and here color of 3512D1. And here it's 3, not 2. So just like this. Then we have the dot center, which is a display of flex, justify content of center, align items of center, gap of 1.25 ARM. Then list style of none to get rid of that default dots. Below the list style of none, we have cursor of pointer and font size of 18 pixel. Okay, so you see how right now it's looking. Okay, we are getting closer and closer to the final look of the navbar. Let's continue here. Below the center, we're going to target here the list items. So the list items are going to have a color of 222, so not like 100% black, but it's going to be close to faux black. It's going to be, let's say, a little bit softer. And here, a transition of 150 milliseconds, O is in out. And here, of course, a hover effect. So the hover effect is going to be color of 555, so it's a grayish color. Then after the hover effect, here we're going to style the right side, which is going to be a display of flex, align items of center, and justify content of center. So here, let me see how it's looking. Okay, and of course we should have gap instead of justify content of center, so I forgot the gap. Remove the justify content of center and add a gap of 0.75 RM. After the right side, we're going to start here the first shout. So like this, you can, it's an anchor tag. Oh, you see here it's a link, but behind the scenes it's an anchor tag, so you can style it like this. So here it's going to have a padding of 0.4 RM on top and bottom and 1.2 on left and right. Then background color of 2500 AC, then color of white, border of 1 pixel, so it's transparent, border radius of 12 pixel, font size of 18, cursor of pointer, and transition of 150 milliseconds. So, and let me copy and let's make the hover effect. Before making the hover effect, I want to see how it's looking. Okay, I think I forgot to put the text decoration of none. Okay, it's here. And here let me make the hover effect, so it's border color of 2500 AC, then color of again the same color, so 2500 AC, and then the background color is going to be a white color. So when I hover on it, you are going to see how the colors are changed. So it's a good effect. Okay, let me start here the second child. So dot right, and here A and child 2, it's going to be a color of again this 2500 AC, and here font size of 18 pixel and cursor of pointer, just like this here. So you see how it's looking, and again I want to get rid of the text decoration of none. To get rid of the text decoration, okay. And this is it for the navbar. The next here, as I see, is the hero section. So let me go here to the hero section and let's start typing here the code. So let me close it, and here let's start. So here class name is going to be classes.container, then .classes.wrapper, then h2 with the text of let me find your dream place right now. Below the h2 we have an h5, which is going to be here search the best selection of luxury real estate. And below the h5 we are going to have a div with a class name of options, just like this here. And inside we're going to have 3 select elements. So select here, and it is going to be here first an option with the disabled. Oops, so I need to write like this. So here it's going to be first, it's going to be disabled, and here the text is going to be select. Just let me have here the closing tag, and here the text will be select type, just like this. Then below I'm going to have 3 options, so I can copy paste. We are going to have here 3 options for this select here below, and here the value is going to be beach, here the value is going to be mountain, and the fourth option here, the final one, is going to have the value of village. Here the text is going to be beach uppercase, then mountain uppercase, and you probably guessed it, village uppercase. This is for the first select. Then we're going to have another select, which is going to be here for the numbers, the price range. So here the first option again is going to be here disabled, just to show some text. Come on, what I'm doing here, wait. Okay, so here disabled, and here the text is going to be select price range. Below this option here we're going to have a value of 0. I'm just going to copy paste again. So we're going to have 6 options, and one of them is disabled. So here 5 options with values. So here 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Here the first range is from 0 to 100,000. The second one is from 100,000 to 200,000. Then from 200,000 to 300,000. Then we guessed it from 300,000 to 400,000, and finally from 400,000 to 500k, just like this. And the final select here is going to be here for the continents. So here just again select, let me remove this from here, and again the first option here is going to be disabled, so I can just copy paste here the disabled, and here the text is going to be select continent. Below the options here I'm going to list every single continent except Antarctica, because I'm going to be surprised if someone in the world wants to go as a tourist in Antarctica, like if you want to be in minus, I don't know how many degrees. Okay, so here value is going to be 0. Here is going to be first Europe, and I'm just going to copy paste it. So we're going to give here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here after Europe is going to be Asia, Africa, after Africa, South America, then North America, and finally Oceania. Okay, let me create here the state to for those selects. So here above const type set type is going to be a default value of beach like this. Then const continent set continent is going to be a default value of 0, so it's going to be Europe. As you see here, it's a value of 0, and here we're going to give, of course, the price range. Set price range is equal to use state of 0, and here I'm going to give a function of handle search, which which going to yet create, but later, because right now we don't have the page that we need. Okay, so here of course I need an on change, so I can scroll down. So here on change is taking an event, and here set type to event.target.value. I'm going to copy paste the event here and paste it for the other select here, and set here of set type is going to be set price range, and here is going to be set continent. Okay, let me, whoops, not here, but here, let me see how it's looking. Okay, of course we need to style it. So we can go here to the styling sheets. I'm going to split the screen to see, for you guys to see what I'm styling, and let's go. So here dot container is going to be height calc 100 vh minus 60 pixel, then width of 100%, then background image URL dot dot slash images, I mean assets slash estate.jpg. Then background size is going to be cover, then background color is going to be here RGB of 0.4, and lastly background blend mode is going to be darken. So you're going to see how it's looking right now, and this is because of those two values. If I comment them, you see how it's light, but right now it's darker, and I like it a lot when it's like this. Okay, then dot wrapper is going to have again a max width of 1180 pixel, then margin of 0 auto, then height of 100%, display of flex direction of column, then align items of center, and justify content of center. So you see how it is here, exactly on the center. After this here, we're going to have dot wrapper, the h2. So the h2 is going to be a font size of 46 pixel, then font weight of bold, color of white space of no wrap, and then margin bottom of 2.5 ARM. Then after the H2 we're going to style the H5, which is going to have a color of EF, which is a slightly grayish color, like almost white, but it's not white. And then font size of 36 pixel and margin bottom of 3 ARM. So right now you see how it's looking. Okay, then the next part is going to be the options. So we're going to style this container here, this div. So dot wrapper, and here the options are going to receive here a width of 70%, background color of white, then padding of 1.25 IRM on top and bottom, and 1.5 on left and right, then border radius of 20 pixel, display of flex, justify content of space around, and lastly align items of center. Okay, so you see how it is. Then dot wrapper, we're going to go to select the select element. I know it sounds weird, but we're going to select the select element. So it's going to receive here a height of 40 pixel, mean width of 160 pixel, and max width of 200 pixel. Then border of none, outline of none, padding of 0.25 on top and bottom, and 0.75 on left and right. Then color is going to be white, background color is going to be just the blue like this. After them I'm going to apply border radius of 12 pixel, font size of 18 pixel, and lastly here a cursor of pointer. So you see, wait, why are they not stout? Because it should be a wrapper, then dot options, and then the select. So right now they're going to be stout. Okay, you see how they're looking nice. But I see one thing that is missing here. I forgot to type it, which is the icon. So let me go back here. It is just one thing. So below the last select element, we have AI, outline, search, and here the class name is going to be classes.search icon. So I'm just going to copy it and import. So import AI outline search from React icons AI. Okay, right now you see how it's looking. We're going to style it. No worries, my brothers. Okay, let's continue here. So dot options, and here select first child. The color is just white color, but wait, here I applied white color. I don't need this, so I can do it like this. Then just let me scroll it like this, and here dot options, here the search icon is going to be here, padding of 0.6 rm, width of 40 pixel, height of 40 pixel, border radius of 50%. And here I'm going to have a background color of gradient. I'm going to type it, but it's going to be quite long. You can go to the GitHub. I mean, I even recommend you to copy it, but for those who don't want to copy, let me type it. So here we're going to have 90 degrees, then RGB of 7373, then we are going to have a 0%, comma, RGB 1414 132, then 35%, again a comma, RGB. I'm going to even make it, I don't know, like this here for you guys right now. RGB 32, 97, 219, and here lastly 100%. So you see here, I'm going to again split the screen, and you are going to see how it's looking. Okay, but of course I want the view here, just like this. Let me close it, and here view I want it to be white. So right now the color, because that's an SVG, that's why you need to apply view instead of color. And then cursor of pointer, of course. And here, do I have, no, wait, no. Okay, so this is it, yes, for the search icon. It's looking nice. So you see here how it is. You can select as you want, and we are saving here the state. Okay, the handle search I'm going to apply it when I create the properties page. So right now I'm not going to touch it. What else do I need here? So popular properties. Okay, so for the popular properties here, let me go here. Popular properties here. So here we have class name is going to be here classes.container, then classes.wrapper, and here I'm going to have classes.titles, here the div, and here an h5 with the different types of properties, and below I'm going to have an h2 with the best type of properties for you. Below the div of title with the class name of titles, I'm going to have div with the class name of properties, which is going to have three links. So here link is going to be to template string slash properties slash, I mean not slash but question mark type is going to be beach, then content is going to be here a 0, and then it's going to be a ampersand price range of 1. So right now the type here is going to be beach, but those two values I have written it arbitrarily. You can write them 1 or 2. You are going to see what do I mean. I know you may feel confused. Don't worry. I have tried this application before making the video, so I know it's working. Don't worry. And here import link from React Router DOM. And here inside this link here, I'm going to have here an image with the source of image 1. Below that image, I'm going to have here a div with the class name of quantity, and here 34 properties. And here is source of image 1, not just one. And below that div with the quantity, I'm going to have an h5 with the beach properties, just like this here. And we're going to fetch this, don't worry. So let me import those images. So here import image from dot slash asset slash here, and it is real estate beach, then image 2, image 3, and here it is real estate mountain, and here it is real estate countryside. Okay, so I'm just going to copy paste those links 2 more times, and here instead of beach it is mountain properties, and here instead of source 1 is going to be so image 2, here property is going to be type of mountain, and here is going to be an image 3 village properties, and here type is going to be a village, just like this here. But of course this here is static. I want to fetch from our database, so let's go. But you may know that when you fetch the fetch API, when you fetch, you write a lot of code. I mean, it takes a lot of your viewport. So I have created, I'm going to make here into the source a util. So let me go here to the GitHub. So web dev mania, here repositories, and I'm going to show you what do I mean. I'm going to show you one function that I have created myself. I'm sure there are probably a lot of like my function in the internet, but I have created that myself. Okay, so let me make here, let me see, choose a fountain. So oops, so here it's going to be into a util fetch api.js and copy paste it. So you are seeing what is it. So here is a get, post, put, and delete. So it's basically an abstraction. So instead of writing code, that code here is going to be much better. So I'm going to show you right now. First we need set, of course. So here we're going to have count num properties, set num properties is going to be an object, and here, oops, not an array but object, and here use effect is going to be here just like this, and here the name of the function is going to be fetch number properties, of course an async function, and a try catch here because it's async function. Here console.error error.message, and here for the try I'm going to show you. So here const data is equal to await fetch, and here I mean request, because here the function is called here request, as you see here. So request, and here just let me see here from our server. So backend controllers, property controller, and here where are you, yes, this one, I want to try this one. So it's so quotes property slash find slash types, and here do we need to provide something else? Yes, here it's a get request, just this here. You see here I'm getting the response, and then I make response.json, so I get basically the data. So you see what is it. If you're confused, you can stop the video and see what this function is, but I think it's kind of simple. It's just the for HTTP request here, and yeah. And here I have written a comment why I'm doing this. So if you feel not confused, okay. And here let me save this data here, but actually before saving it I want to just to console log it to see what is happening. And here let me code a function. So inspect console, and here an object with the beach 2, mountain 0, village 0. Nice. So here instead of just this here I can do it like this. So num properties, and here beach, and question mark before, because at the beginning is going to be an empty object and we could have an error. Here is going to be mountain, and here is going to be village. So right now just let me close it, and if I scroll down you see here beach properties. Why it's not showing here? It's probably because it's too big. Okay, we're going to start it and we're going to see how it is. So it was here the CSS. Okay, so let's go here to the popular properties. Let me split the screen here again, and let's start styling. So here dot container is going to have a min height of 100 vh, max height of 100%, then width of 100%, and margin top of 10 ARM. So then dot wrapper is going to have max width of 1180 pixel, height of 100%, and margin of 0 auto. After the wrapper we target the titles, which are going to have display of flex, align items of center, flex direction of column, and then gap of 0.5 IRM. Then dot titles, and we target the H5, which is going to have here a core of 777. Then font size of 18 pixel and font weight of 500. Then dot titles, and we target the H2 inside, which is going to have a core of 333 and font size of 28 pixel. Okay, then we target the dot properties, which are going to have here margin top of 3 item, display of flex, flex wrap of wrap, and then grid gap of 3 arm. After dot properties here, I'm going to target dot property, but before this, I want to see how we're with the stylings, so how it's looking. Oh, of course, we need to target the images. We're going to soon target the images, don't worry. Let me continue here. So dot property is going to have a width of 30%, position is going to be a relative, because we're going to absolutely center this quantity here, as you see. After the position relative padding of 1 item, then transform is going to be rotate minus 1 degree. After this, border radius is going to be here 10 pixel, 50 pixel, 10 pixel, and 50 pixel again. After the border radius here, I'm going to have some box shadow. I'm just going to go straight to my GitHub here and copy paste it instead of writing this myself, because it's kind of long. So here, components, popular properties, popular properties.module, and here you see on the dot property, I'm just going to copy paste here the box shadow here. So copy paste it, here it is the box shadow. And then here text decoration is going to be of none. And lastly, for the property transition of 150 milliseconds, oh. After dot property here, I'm going to make the hover effect. So dot property hover is going to have transform rotate of 0. Here it's minus 1 degrees, here it's just 0. Okay, and then and finally I'm going to target the image. So dot properties, dot property, just property, and here the image inside. The image inside is going to be a position of relative as well, height of 400 pixel, width of 100%, object width of cover, border radius of 10 pixel, 50 pixel, 10 pixel, 50 pixel, then transform of rotate minus 1 degree, transition of 150 milliseconds, all, and here again cursor of pointer. The hover effect here, dot property, and here the image is going to have again a transform of rotate 0 for the hover effect. Okay, then dot property, but before doing the dot property, I'm just going to see how we are with it. So here, the image has still not been styled. Wait, if I refresh here, because I have probably not targeted correctly. Let me see. It should be here properties. I mean, here the link itself, here the links should have the property class name. So here class name is going to be classes.property for the links here. Right now it should be, oh, right now, okay, you see how it is in here. When I hover, you see the effect that I made. Okay, let's continue here. So after this, we are going to target here dot property, the image inside, but we're going to make the before pseudo element. So here content is an empty string. We must provide here a content even though it's an empty string. Position absolute here, then top of 0, left of 0, background color of 555, width of 100%, and height of 100%. Then let's continue. We're going to have property H5, which is going to be margin left of 1 item, margin top of 1 item, font size of 22 pixel, color of 333, and text align of center. So you see how it is. Okay, after the H5 here, I'm going to target here dot property and the quantity. But before doing this pseudo element, why I have written it? If I remove it, would I have any difference? Just let me make here curly braces. Yes, I'm going to remove that pseudo element. I don't need it, I think. Yes. Okay. Here for the quantity, position is going to be absolute. Then bottom of 5 item, left of 2 item, color is going to be a white. After the color white, font size of 20 pixel, background color of hash color, so 0303 CE. Then padding of 0.4 on top and bottom and 1.2 on left and right. Then border radius of 20 pixel, transform rotate of -1 degree, and transition of 150 milliseconds. So, and here property, when we hover on the property, I want to change the quantity, transform rotate of 0. So you see right now, but I don't understand why this doesn't appear. So num properties, wait, let me, if I wait, so I'm going to console log this num properties. Ah, here I have not saved it. So here, wow, such a silly mistake. So right now it should work. Yes, right now it's working. Wow. Okay, so this is actually for the popular properties. The next one, as I see here, is the featured properties. So for the featured properties here, let me close the popular properties, and here for the featured properties, let's go here. So we're going to have here a class name is going to be classes.container. Then we're going to have classes.wrapper. After the classes.wrapper, we're going to have a div with the class name of titles. So first an h5 with the properties you may like. This is the text, and the h2 is going to have the text of our featured properties, just like this. Below the div of with the class name of titles, I'm going to have here a div with the class name of featured properties. So here inside I'm going to map through the featured properties, but of course to map through them I need to get them, so I need to make an API call. So here let's first make the state with the featured properties and set featured properties is equal to use state on an empty array. Then use effect here is going to be like this. So use effect, and the function will be with the name const fetch featured. So again, an async function, a try catch here. For the catch, you know, console.error, error.message, and for the try block here, I'm going to get const data is equal to, and I'm going to open this file to be able to import the await to open to request. So this here, so request, and here slash property slash find slash featured, and then get. Okay, and then set featured property with the data, just like this. And of course we need to call it, so let me call it. Okay, and then here let me go back to the featured properties div. So here featured properties dot map here featured prop, or just property, I'm going to name it so property, and here an instant return with those parentheses here, and let's go. So here I'm going to have a div with the class name of featured property, which is going to have as well a key, because you know when we map through something in React we must have a key here, like this. And inside, first I'm going to have a link here, so link is going to navigate us to the details of the page. So property detail slash here property dot underscore id, like this here, and the name is going to be here classes dot image container. So let me import this link here. So import link from React Router DOM, and inside this link here I'm going to have here an image with the source here of http colon slash localhost 5000 slash images slash property dot image. So you probably wonder, web dev mania, what is this wild syntax? And I'm going to tell you instantly. So here into the index.js here, you know, here we need to get somehow those images, and we can do it with static with serving those images. So here app.use here on the route of images here is going to be express.static. Whoops, what happened here? Public slash images. So you see it here. So to access it, it should be like this. So here http colon localhost 5000 slash the name of this here, which in our case is images. If that was, let's say, files, it must be here files. I repeat, it must be here files, or I mean the same here as the first parameter. And I'm going to revert it back, and here the name of the image here, like this. So we have yet to do this. So right now I'm going to import a static image, and after this featured properties I'm going to make it, so don't worry. So import image from dot slash asset slash estate to. So I'm just going to copy, paste it just like this here. And here I'm going to provide an empty auth tag. Okay, below that link here, I'm going to have a div with the class name here of details. And here for the details, I'm going to have dot classes, price and owner. So here is going to be a span with the class name here of price. So here is going to be a $sign, space and here property question mark price. Below the span here, I'm going to have an image source, which is going to be here the profile name of the user, but we need to have the sign in to have the profile picture. So right now I'm just going to import some profile, so some not profile but image, and we're going to make the register, which is the sign up, with there the same thing, and we're going to create we're going to make the where is it here, the oh here it's, don't worry. So we're going to have the register, and then for the creating property, which we're going to make it as a model in the navbar. That's why you don't see it as a component, so don't worry. And here import person from dot slash assets here slash, and let me get, I don't know, let's say person here. Here I'm going to paste it, and it's going to have here a class name here, classes dot owner. So below this prices and owner, I'm going to have another div here with the class name here of more details, which is going to be here a span with the property question mark dot bets in here. fa bets are going to have here the class name of classes dot icon, and we're going to have another span. I'm just going to copy paste it, and here it's going to be square meters, and I'm going to write here text square meters, and here bets, and here is going to be fa square fo. So let me import those two icons. Import fa bets and fa square fo from react icons fa, like this. And below this, below the more details, I'm going to have a final div here which is going to be here with the class name of desk, which is short for description, and here the description itself. So property question mark dot desk. So if I go here, ooh, what happens here? It is fa bets, not bets. Okay. Okay, and here you see fa bet. So change here from fa bets to fa bet. Okay, so we are ready here with the feature properties. Let me see here. Wait, why? We don't have anything. Wait, how I don't have anything? I think I have one. Let me just console log. So featured properties. And if I inspect, what will pop up here? So it's from the navbar, so it's not from here. So wait, request. If I console log the data here, what will I get here? Let me refresh. So I get an empty. Wait, here into the MockDB, I'm almost sure that I have one of them properties to true. So if I don't, I'm going to make them just for you to see how it's going to look like. So false, false, yes. So both of them are false. Actually, I don't have a true. So here, featured, I'm going to make it true just for the example here. So update. And right now, when I reload the page, I must have something here. Okay, you see, it's working. So of course we need to style it. So let me go here to the CSS and let me style it. So here, just like this. Okay. So here, just to remove the console log, and let's start. So here, of course, I'm going to start with the container. So dot container is going to be here a height of 100%, width of 100%, margin top of 0.5 IRM. Then I'm going to have dot wrapper, which is going to be a max width of 1108 pixel, height of 100%, and margin of 0 auto. Then I'm going to target the titles, which are going to be display of flex, align items of center, flex direction of column, and gap of 0.5 IRM. Then dot titles and an H5, which is going to be a color of 777. Oops. So color 777, font size of 18 pixel, and font weight of 500. Then dot titles H2 is going to be a color of 333, and font size of 28 pixel. Then dot featured properties is going to receive here width of 100%, margin top of 3 rm, display of flex a wrap is going to be wrap. So when it's too long, it's going to go to the next row, and gap of 2 rm. Let me see how it's looking. I mean, you cannot see that much because of the image here, so let's go to the image. So featured properties, dot featured property, and dot image container is going to be display inline block. After the display inline block, height of 350 pixel, width of 8%. I mean, here it's height of 350, width of 8%, margin bottom of 0.5 rm, overflow of hidden, and cursor of pointer. Then we're going to start the image, so I can just copy this part, paste it, and then to the image. I can make it on a few lines because it's getting too long, like this. Okay, so for the image, we're going to have height of 100%, width of 100%, object fit of cover, and transition of 150 milliseconds. So, and then I'm going to copy this to make the hover effect. So here, colon hover, scale of 1.035. So let me see here how it's looking. Can I refresh the page? Wait, why it's still looking like this? It looks so weird. So it's featured property, image. If I make the height, the height is, wait, so let me see what's the problem. If I make the height, let's say 350 pixel, and width of let's say 500 pixel, let me see how it's going to look like. I mean, it looks 10 times better like this. So let me see what's the problem. If I make the height, if I make the height 100%, let me see. So the height is okay, but I think the width is a problem. So width is going to be, let's say, 50%. If I make it like, let's say, 50%. Why it's so big? Probably because of that image here. So let me target that image here. So dot featured property, and then dot owner is going to height of 35 pixel, width of 35 pixel, border radius of 50%, and object fit of cover. So right now, is it because of the image here that I'm thinking? Yes, because of the image here. So let me make this from 50 to 100%. So this was okay, everything was correct, but that image here made our page look very weird. So right now, yes, it's supposed to look like this, so it's working as no problem. Okay, after the dot owner here, I'm going to target feature property, and here dot details, which is going to be display of flex direction here of column, then gap of 1 rm, and padding of 0 top and bottom, and left and right of 0.5 rm. Then dot featured property, dot details, and then dot price and owner is going to be here a width of 80%, display of flex, justify content of space between, and align items of center. So right now you see how are they aligned here. The price here with the image. Okay, below the price and owner here, we're going to have price and owner, and then the price, which is going to be a font weight of both and font size of 18 pixel. So you see right now it's bolder and it's bigger. What is the next? So yes, so here more details is going to be display of flex, align items of center, gap of 1.25 rm, and margin bottom of 0.5 rm. So let me make this on a new line. Okay, after the more details, I'm just going to show you. Okay, you see how it's looking. After this, I'm going to target the more details and then the span inside some more. Whoops, I'm on my Bulgarian alphabet, sorry. So more details than the span, display of flex, align item center, gap of 1 rm, border right of 1 pixel solid 0707 b5, color of 2C2CDC, and padding right of 1.25 rm. Okay, so right now I'm going to remove this border, so don't worry. Here span, first child, border none. It is a washout, not first shout. What I'm typing here, wait. Okay, so you see how right now we removed here the border, so it's only on the first shout. Okay, and lastly here I'm going to target the dot description, which is going to receive an overflow of hidden, text overflow of ellipsis, white space of no wrap, max width of 250 pixel, font size of 18 pixel, and color of 2 to 2. So right now, if I make this super long, let's say like this, you're going to see what do I mean. So you see right now it stops, and here it's some dots. So right now, even if I spam more, it is just this. It have 3 dots. So let me revert. Just let me remove this. So this means that if the description is too long, it is just going to have some dots, and it's going to be shortened to say. Okay, so we're ready here with the features properties. I'm going to make the newsletter and footer, which are going to be very simple components, and then we're going to make the register and how to upload the property. So just make the newsletter and the footer, which are going to be very easy. So just let me close the feature properties. Let me go here to the, just close here, and let me go here to the newsletter. So let's go. Here, class name is going to be classes.container. Then dot classes.wrapper, and inside here classes.titles, and here I'm going to have an h5 with the want to get the latest offers question mark, and below the h5 we have an h2, send us your email and we will do the rest. And here below that div here I'm going to have a div with the class name of input container, which is going to be here an input with the type of email like this, and here I'm going to remove those properties, and here placeholder will be type email ... And below I'm going to have fi send. So fi send class name is going to be here classes.send icon. So import fi send from react icons fi. So this is just the JSX. The CSS is going to be again not that long, so let's go. I just want to show you how it's looking without the JSX, without the CSS, so you see how it's looking. So dot container is going to be here a height of 100%, width of 100%, and margin top of 7.5 IRM. Then dot wrapper is going to be here max width of 1180 pixel, then height of 100%, margin of 0 auto. Then display of flex direction is going to be here a column, and align items of center. Then dot titles are going to be display of flex, align items of center, flex direction of column, and gap of 0.5 IRM. Below that dot titles here I'm going to have dot titles, and then I'm going to target the h5, which is going to receive a color of 777, then font size of 18 pixel, and font weight of 500. Then for the h2 I'm going to apply color of 333 and font size of 28 pixel. So right now you see how are they looking. Okay, let's start here the input container. So input container is going to receive here a margin top of 2.5 IRM to space it from the titles. Border 2 pixel solid 333. Border radius is going to be 20 pixel. Height of 50 pixel. Width of 360 pixel. Padding of 0.20, 0.25 on top and bottom, and 0.5 on left and right. Display of flex, justify content of space between, and align items of center. Oops, so right now you see how it is, and here the input I want to remove the border and the outline, so we're going to do it just in a second. And then dot input container when something inside, so focus within means, so the input container, remember the input container is the div here, and only the input can be focused here from all of the elements in this component. This means that when the input is focused, it will going to trigger this focus within on the input container class name. So this is what it means. So the border color will be changed to 777. So when I focus here the input, you see how the color here changes? Here slightly changes from dark to gray. You probably notice this. It's like a slight change, but it's noticeable, I would say. Then I'm going to target here after the input container focus within, I'm going to target the input itself. So the input will have border of none, outline is going to be none, and padding left is going to be 0.5 ARM. Then I'm going to target the input container dot send icon, margin right 0.5 ARM, and font size of 20 pixel. So you see how it's looking. Okay, this was for the newsletter. You see how easy it was. Then the next one is the footer. So let me go here to the footer and let's start typing here the JSX. So here, instead of a div here, I'm going to make it a footer, and it's going to have no class name, just footer. Then classes.wrapper for the div here, and I'm going to have 3 columns. So classes.co, and I'm going to use the asterisk and 3. Click enter, and voila, you have 3 columns with 3 divs with the class name of column. So the first column is going to have an h2 here with the text of about the app, some dummy text here with the in the paragraph. So here Warem Ipsum, so here Warem, here is the dummy text. Below the dummy text here, I'm going to have another column which is h2 with contacts here. And below the h2 here, I'm going to have a span with the phone, colon, plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Below the span, I'm going to have span YouTube Web Dev Mania. And below that span, I'm going to have GitHub Web Dev Mania. Okay, then for the last column, I'm going to have h2 location. And the location will be here, oops, come on, span continent Europe, again a span country Bulgaria, my home country, and the current location Bulgaria. So this was for the JSX. Let's go here to the CSS and let's start typing it. So here I'm opening the styling sheet, splitting the screen again, and let's go. So footer, just the tag I'm going to target like this, width of 100%, height of 400 pixel, and margin top of 5 ARM. Then dot wrapper is going to be here, width of 85%, height of 100%, margin of 0 auto, display of flex, justify content of space between, and align items of center. Then dot co is going to be a display of flex, flex direction of column, and then gap of 0.5 ARM. Then dot co, and then the h2 is going to be a margin bottom of 15 pixel. Come on, margin bottom of 15 pixel. Justify self flex start. Justify self flex start. And then margin left of minus 5 pixel. I know it's kind of weird, but don't worry. So you see how it is? Don't worry, we're going to target right now the paragraph. So dot co, paragraph is going to be here a max width of 425 pixel, color is going to be 555, and lastly font size of 15 pixel. So you see, and here the margin left, I'm going to remove it just to show you how it is without. So see how are they? That's why I wanted them to be on the right. I can maybe do it with a much easier way. Let me try with margin right 5 pixel. No, I'm going to revert it back to margin left minus 5 pixel. So the title is more on the left here. You see how it is not exactly aligned here vertically. So as I told you, the newsletter and the footer were very simple. The next part is going to be the more interesting, which is going to be the sign up and the sign in. So I suggest to you, my dear friends, we first start with the sign up. So let me click here, sign up. So let me close it here and let's start. So sign up. Okay, so we're going to have here class name is going to be here classes.container. Then inside I'm going to have classes.wrapper. And inside it I'm going to have an h2 with the text of sign up. Below that h2 here I'm going to have a form with the onSubmit function, onSubmit handle submit. Below, inside the form, not below, but inside the form, I'm going to have some input. So here the first input is type text, name is going to be here username, placeholder is going to be here username dot. And here I'm going to provide an on change, but right now I'm going to leave it like this. Then I'm going to make the on change when I write everything. Then I'm going to have again an input. I'm just going to copy it because we're going to change just several things. So here type is going to be an email, name is going to be an email, and placeholder is just email. Then I'm going to have, it's going to be quite interesting. So watch carefully. Label is going to have an HTML for here of photo, and here upload photo, AI, outline, file, image. So let me import it. So import AI outline image from React icons AI. Then I'm going to go below and I'm going to have an input, but don't copy paste like the email. I'm going to write it manually. So input is going to be HTML, is going to have an ID of photo because the HTML4 connects with the ID. So the label in the HTML4 in the label connects with the ID of the input. Literally, it connects it. Then I'm going to have a type of a file because it's not a text or an email. It's going to be a file for a photo. That's why it should be like this. And it's going to be a style of display of none. I mean, it sounds weird, my friends. I know. I'm going to show. You're going to see what's the logic. So when I click on the label, when I click on this, it's like I'm clicking on the input. It's display of none, but when I click on it, it's still going to upload images. I know it sounds weird. You are going to see it if you have never encountered this concept. Okay, let's continue here. Then I'm just going to copy paste this again, paste it in here. Type is going to be a password, name is going to be a password, and placeholder is going to be a password. And then I'm going to have a button, which is a type of a submit, and here it's going to be with the text of register. Below I'm going to have a paragraph tag, so like this. I already have an account, question mark, here the link, login or sign in is basically the same thing. I'm almost sure that they're the same. Sign in and login and sign up and register. And here to sign in. Okay, let me create here the state. So here I'm going to have several states. So const state set state. Use state is going to be here an empty object. Then const photo set photo is going to be here use state an empty string. Then const dispatch is equal to use dispatch. Then const navigate is use navigate. So this use dispatch is coming from Redux. So we're going to do that soon. We're going to need that. We're going to need some things all over our application, like the token. It's not going to be exclusive to one component. That's why we have Redux. It's not hard, don't worry. So here let's import the use navigate hook and the link from React Router DOM. And right now I'm going to comment this dispatch. I just wrote it to not forget about it. Okay, let's go. And here I'm going to have const handle state, which is going to take the event. And here set state is going to take the previous state and it's going to return the previous state, just like this, dot, 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 but it's going to reassign at e.target.name, e.target.value. So that's why I wrote here name, and theme. I did that consciously. So here for the onChange here, they're going to be for those three inputs the same. So onChange and here handle state. This is much cleaner way, in my opinion, to handle state in that big of a state. I mean, it's not big three inputs, but it's it's more than one to put it that way. And here for the file, of course, I'm going to do different. So here it's going to be onChange. It's going to take an event and set photo e.target.files and get the 0 index. So that's how you get the image. I'm going to have only one image, but this is how it works to get the 0 index. So let me go here how it's looking. Handle submit is not defined. Okay, let's define it if it's not defined. So const handle submit async the event here and here an arrow function. Again, I'm going to have try catch, but before writing the function, I want to see how it's looking. Okay, and you see here, where is that input here? You see here the input photo. We have the text, email, the password. You see here text, the username, the email, and here the upload photo. Just this, and here the password. This is the magic, I would say. What else do I need to do? I suggest to you that we first, before writing the CSS, I want to show you this handle state, how it works. So here I'm going to console log state. If you have never encountered this, I'm going to show you, of course. Here I'm going to refresh. I don't know why I have no more errors. And here You saw at the beginning it's an empty object. Here, sign up 27th line. We're on the 27th line. You see here, 27th line. So right now I start username. So you see right now it reassigned the username. Then I'm going to have something as an email. You see how it's going, how it's working, and then the password. So right now you see here email, password, and username. This is a very convenient way to handle state in my opinion. Okay, let's head into the CSS and then we're going to write here the handle submit. So let me remove that console log and let's go here to the sign up. So let me split the screen again and let's go. So dot container is going to be here, width of or just position absolute, top is going to be 1, left is going to be 1, height of 100 vh, width of 100 vw, background image is going to be url // asset / estate 3 jpeg. Then background color is going to be RGB A000 0.2 at the end. Then background size is going to be cover. Background blend mode is going to be darken. Then display of flex, justify content of center, and here align items of center. So you see how it's looking, but still we have a lot left to style for the sign up. So let's continue. So then dot wrapper is going to be a height of 67.5 vh, width is going to be 27.5 vw, border radius is going to be 20 pixel, display of flex direction of column, and here we have a background color of white. So let me see how it's looking. Okay, we're getting closer and closer. After the wrapper, I'm going to target here the H2, which is going to receive a color of hash color, so type with me, I mean hex color, so 171097. Then text align is going to be a center, margin 2.5 on top and bottom, and 0 left and right, and font size of 36 pixel. Then form is going to be a display of flex direction of column, flex direction of column, align items of center, and gap of 42 pixel. So right now you see how it is. Okay, we're getting closer and closer, I told you, my friends. After the form here, we're going to target the inputs of form, and the input, if you wondered what this exactly means, this means the direct children, literally the direct. So this is like it doesn't matter how deep is the child element, but this means one level deep, so direct children. You see how they are direct, how the form is a direct parent of the input. Okay, I digress, let's continue. So width of 50%, outline is going to be a none, border is going to be none, and then border bottom 1 pixel solid 333. Then form and the label inside is going to be here align self center, width of 50%, cursor of pointer, transition of 150 milliseconds, display of flex, align items of center, and gap of 0.75 ARM. So you see here right now how it's looking. Okay, let me copy this again, and I'm going to apply the hover effect. So for the label, I'm going to apply just 444 for our cover. So you see it's like a slight color change. I think you see it, I personally see it. It's just a slight color change. Okay, let's continue here. Then form, and we are going to target the button. So the button is going to receive an outline of none, background color of blue, just blue, then color of FFF, border radius of 12 pixel, padding of 0.5 on top and bottom, and 1.25 on left and right, font size of 18 pixel, cursor of pointer, border 1 pixel, solid transparent. Then form button and the hover effect for the button, which is going to be a background color of white, border color of blue, and text color is going to be a blue. So let me check. You see right now how it is. Nice. Then I'm going to target here the form and the paragraph inside, which is this thing here, this paragraph, which is below the button. So text align is going to be a center, color is going to be a black color, display of flex direction is going to be a column, justify content of center, and here the last thing that I'm going to style for the sign up is going to be the anchor tag inside the paragraph, which is a text decoration of none, font size of 17 pixel, and color of 888, and lastly here margin top of 0.25 IRM. So you see right now how it's looking. I can toggle between the sign up and the sign in, but the sign in we have not made it. But before we made the sign in, let me go back to the sign up. We are ready with this part, but I want to make it functional. So let me close the CSS here and let's make it functional. So here the first part is to write event.prevent default because it's a form, and when you submit a form, the default behavior of form is to refresh the browser, and I don't want to refresh the browser, so that's why I do it like this. Here for the cache block I'm just going to write just console.error and the parenthesis error, and let's start here. Let file name is going to be equal to no because we're going to upload images. Right now I'm going to show you how. So if photo const form data is equal to new form data. Right now, you are probably wondering if you have never seen this. Web Dev Mania, what is this? We must send images in a form data because otherwise we cannot send the images. It must be in a form data. That's why I'm doing this thing here. Then I'm going to make the file name is equal to crypto-random UUID plus photo.name. So if you wonder what is crypto UUID, I'm going to show you instantly. So just let me copy it, console, and let me paste it. So you see, it's a random ID generator, which is from the crypto module, which is by default in JavaScript. So you don't need to install any dependencies. It is from JavaScript. So you see here is just some random ID, literally. Okay, so it's going to help us create a random to create us a random name for the image. Then I'm going to make a form data.append. This is how we make the key and value pairs. So here file name is going to be file name, and here form data.append is going to be here image photo, just like this here. And then of course we're going to send it. So here is going to be a wait request. Of course I need to open this. So await request here. We're going to send here on the slash upload slash image. It's going to be a post request. Let me see here what was here. So then the method, then the header. So for the headers we don't need to write anything, so we are going to skip this. So the headers are going to be an empty object, just like this here. What else? So here, then of course the form data, the body itself, and I'm going to provide here a true as the last parameter because as you see here, by default this is false, but when I upload images, it's going to be like this. I'm not going to stringify the body, otherwise I'm going to stringify it. But of course for the image I don't want to stringify it. I have written here the comment for the explanation so you can see it. And this is how we're going to do it. Okay, and here of course here it's an if else, so else I'm going to return because if we don't have an image, what's the point of creating an account? We must have an image. Okay, so we are ready with this part of the function. Then we make the const data is equal to await request slash out slash register slash register, and here I'm going to again make it as a post request. Here I'm going to provide some headers this time. So here headers is going to be content type application slash JSON. So here are the headers, and then we're going to provide the body, which is the state. So here you see here the state. So I'm going to spread the state like this, and I'm going to reassign one of its properties to file name. I'm just going to assign it because I have not written this previously. So like this. This is how we're going to send it, and then we're going to dispatch register data, which is from Redux, and then we're going to navigate to the home page. But of course, you're asking again with Dev Mania, you're going to way too fast, I know. So right now I'm going to comment this, and I want to register to see if it's returning the correct thing. So here, username is going to be, let's say, user123, email is user123@gmail.com. Here you see when I click it, you see what is getting here. Of course I want to get here to downloads, and here I'm going to have this person as a profile image, and then the password 123123. So when I click register, you see I am here. But let me see here to the sign up. Yes, I get everything, so this is working correctly. Nice. Good. But here, of course, I need to change this for the navigation. Don't worry, we're going to do it. So let's make here the Redux. It's going to be very, very simple, I promise, my friends. So here for the old slice, just let me make here a Redux folder inside the source directory, not in the components, but in the source directory. And here it's going to have an old slice.js and then store.js. So if you have never seen Redux, it is basically some variables and some functions that change those variables, and those variables in Redux are available in whole of our application. That's why people use it, because there are global variables. So let's go. Create slice from Redux JS toolkit. Then const initial state is equal to user no and token no. Then export const out slice is equal to create slice, and here name auth initial state reducers. Oops, come on, why is this window popping up? It's annoying. Okay, so here we have the name of the slice. Basically, Redux have a centralized store. This store is composed of slices, all slice and others. Depends on your application. So if that comment helps you, I'm going to leave it like this. Then login is going to have a state and an action here, which is, oops, I'm going to remove here that, so like this. Why I have an error here? I need to remove this. Okay, so here the login is going to be state.user is equal to action.payload.others. If you wonder why it's .others, I think you would not remember, because here into both the login and the login and register we return here others and here others. So that's why here into the out slice it must be others. So where I'm writing the code? Oh my god, I'm writing in the store.js. Guys, write it in the out slice.js. Remove from store.js and paste it here. It's not the place to be here right now. Okay, let's continue. State.token is equal to action.payload.token, just like this. Then register state and action like this. I'm just going to copy paste because it's the same as the login, literally it's the same. And lastly here I have a logout, which just take the state here and it makes the state user is equal to no, state.token is equal to no, and let's clear the local storage. So local storage.clear. So this for the register, login and logout. And here export const login register and logout is equal to out slice.actions. Then export default out slice.reducer. So we export the functions, the reducer function, and the slice itself. So I know it's kind of confusing, those reducer functions in this reducer. Okay, and for the store, I suggest to you we go to the GitHub and copy, because 95% it's a boilerplate code from Redux persist. So I'm going to explain the code that you need to have explained. So let me go here to the store.js and like this. So here I don't need this property twice. I removed that when I made the application because it's not useful. So here we just have the reducers. You see here everything's from Redux persist. That's why you see here some boilerplate code. It's not important. And here you want to place your slices here in this variable here. Okay, let's go here to the index.js to import those things, to be able to import those Redux things that other to have them here. Otherwise they would be unable. We would be unable to use them. So here persist gate. Okay, and here provider is going to have a store, and here store, and the persist gate is going to have persistor, and here persistor, like this here. Okay, we just need to import here the provider, which comes from, just copy it from Redux from React Redux. Okay, we are ready with the Redux. Let me go here to the sign in and let's make the sign in. And then we're going to try everything. So here, for the sign in, we're going to have class name classes dot container. Then we're going to have dot classes dot wrapper. Then here I'm going to have h2 with sign in as a text. Below the h2, of course, a form. And inside the form, I'm going to have an input with the type of email. And here, placeholder email dot dot dot. Below the input, the email input, I'm going to have another input which is a type of a password, and here placeholder of a password. Below button submit, sign in, and below the button I'm going to have a paragraph. I already have an account. I mean, don't have an account here as a text. Don't have an account, and here sign up. And it's going to navigate the user to the sign up page. I'm going to import here the link, so import link from React Router DOM, and let's make here the state. So here const email set email is equal to use state an empty string. Then const password set password is equal to use state. Below this I'm going to have the dispatch function, so u is equal to use dispatch. Come on, I cannot write this. And below the dispatch, we're going to have a navigate, so is equal to use navigate. Just let me import this from use dispatch from React Redux. Okay, let me make the onSubmit here function. So here the function will be called handle login. So let me copy here the name of the function, and here const handle login is equal to async. It takes the event, here a try catch, and here console.error error. So it's going to be a very simple function. First, of course, I need to make the event.prevent default, and here I'm going to have const options is equal to content slash type application JSON, and below const data is equal to await request. So I'm just going to open this again to have from the license, yes, so it's imported. Here on the auth login route, post request, and here options, and as a final parameter the email and password. But of course I need to attach them here with the onChange event. So here onChange, here we take the event and then we set the state to it, so like this, and here of course it's set password. So this is almost it. So the last part here is dispatch login with the data, and we navigate to the home page. So we are basically ready. I'm going to register again. So here first register and then login. So handle login is undefined, maybe because I have not imported it. Okay, so here let me go to the /sign in, I mean sign up. And here the username, let's make user12345. The email is the same with the username but with @gmail.com. Upload photo, let's use this photo, and here the password 123123. So here when I click on register, you see here I'm again navigated. Do I have a console log? Again, yes, I have a console log with everything that I need here. And you see here the image I forgot to show you earlier. Here the image is saved. So you see here the images. So here of this person. Nice. So the login and the register, we just need to try the login, of course. So here, I need to write the CSS. Okay, at least it's not that big of a deal. So let me close it here, and let me write here the CSS. So dot container, just let me scroll down. So dot container is going to be position absolute, top of 0, left of 0, height of 100 VH, width of 100 VW, background image of URL dot asset slash estate to .jpeg, background color of RGB 000 background size of cover, background blend mode of darken, display of flags, justify content of center, and align items of center. Then dot wrapper is going to be here a height of 55.5 VH, width is going to be 27.5 VW. Then border radius is going to be 20 pixel. Display of flex direction of column, and here background color of white. So let me check how it's looking right now. Okay, we still have to style it a little bit. So dot wrapper, and the H2 inside is going to be a color of 171 hex color, so 171097. Then text align of center, margin of 2.5 rem on top and bottom and 0 at left and right, and font size of 36 pixel. Then let's target the form. So here form is going to have an input of width 50%, outline is going to be none, and border is going to be none, border bottom of 1 pixel solid 333. Guys, right now when I'm looking at the code, it is basically the same as the sign up, so I'm just going to go to the sign up and copy because it's literally one-on-one the same. So let me copy, and I'm going to paste. The only difference is here the width and height of the wrapper, so we're going to change this. And here the picture, instead of 3, here it is 2, so here it's 2, and here it is 55, and this is it actually. Of course here we're going to need some on the button, margin top of 1.5 IRM, and here for the H2 we have margin bottom of 3 IRM. So you see it's basically the same. So let me try to sign in. So user12345@gmail.com 123 So when you click, I think I did not wait, I'm going to see from the local storage, so no worries. So yes, I'm actually, this is successful because here everything is assigned into the local storage. This means that everything is a success. But I want to change, of course, this navbar because it still shows me that I'm not logged in, and you know that's, we need to change this. So let me close this here. Let's go here to the navbar, and here we're going to get the user from our Redux. So here user is equal to use selector state, and we get the state.auth slice. So let me import the use selector. So import use selector from React Redux. And here the user, I'm going to make a condition. So here inside the right side I'm going to wrap this, and here if we don't have a user we're going to show, so if we don't have a user we're going to show this, otherwise we're going to show else. So let me make this on several lines for you to see what exactly I am doing. So here of course I need to have a React fragment like this, and here else I'm going to show here again I need a React fragment, so like this, and here if I'm logged in, this is what it means. Oh, again I'm on my Bulgarian alphabet, which I personally love, but I cannot code with it. Here with inside the span, hello user.username, below that span I'm going to have a span with a class name of logout btn logout, and here I'm going to have a link list your property, which is going to have here a class name of classes.list, and here an onClick function which is going to show us a model which we're going to write right now, which is going to be here for the creating. So here set show form to true. Let me make this state here. So when we basically click this we're going to get a pop-up. So let me make this state here. So const show form set show form is equal to use state to false. Okay, so here let me target that list here that I have. So let's go to the navbar.module.css, and here below everything dot right dot list, padding of 0.25 on top and bottom and 0.5 on left and right. Then background color is going to be this color, so 2500 AC, then color of white, so FFF, then border radius of 12 pixel, transition of 150 milliseconds, so, and here cursor of pointer. Then I'm going to apply some hover effect, so dot list colon hover, which is going to have here color of EF, and background color of 340BC8. So right now, of course, I want to remove this text decoration. So here, text decoration of none. Okay, right now it's looking nice. Okay, so we are ready with this specific functionality, but of course we need to make for making the property here, which is going to be, let's say, quite a big form. I'm going to show you. I'm not going. I really don't like when someone talks with explaining something which is code related with words. I like to see code example with code. That's how I understand it the best. So enough talking. Let me go here. I'm going to have a condition. If I have show form, I'm going to show this thing here. So classes dot list property form, which is going to have here an on click of handle close form, and inside I'm going to have here dot classes dot list property wrapper. So I'm going to make the class name here on that side because I want to see it like this, and here I'm going to have the on click. Okay, and here inside it I'm going to have an on click. I'm going to explain it when I actually made the CSS and stuff. So here event stop propagation, it is very interesting if you have not encountered it, so stick with me. Below that div I'm going to have an h2 with the text of list property, and here I'm going to have a form with the on submit. So handle list property, and here inside the form I'm going to have an input type of text, placeholder of title, name is going to be here a title, and here I'm going to have an on change handle state. So we're going to have the same logic, the same function that I had in the sign up. So it is basically this function. I can even copy paste it because it's like one-on-one the same. So let me paste it. And of course here we have some state. So let me make it. So here const state, set state. So if you feel confused, I'm going to repeat once again what I'm doing. Right now we're making the functionality for uploading a property to make an offer, let's say, to upload the property. So let's continue here. The input type text, then input is going to be again type of text, but the placeholder is going to be a type. And here the name is going to be desk. It's going to be a type, not desk, what I'm looking at, sorry. Then again, it's going to be a type of a text, the third input here, but the placeholder is going to be then desk, and here the name is going to be desk. The fourth is going to be a continent, so here continent, and the name is going to be here continent. I'm going to copy paste again several more times. So here, which is to this part I have written it, so I'm going to paste out. Here is going to be a type of a number actually. The placeholder is going to be here a price, and the name you probably guessed is going to be price. Then for that input here, I'm going to have again a type of a number. The placeholder is going to be sq.meters, which is short for square meters. And here the name is going to be sq meters. Then again going to have a type of a number. The placeholder is going to be bits. And here the name is going to be bits as well. And here I'm going to provide a step of 1 and a minimum of 2. So this means that, let me show you. So step, let's say step is going to be 0.5. This means that I can have 0.5, 1, 1.5, 2, 2.5. So you guess the point. But when it's 1, it's going to be like this. So 1, 2, 3, 4. They must be whole numbers. Okay, here we are ready with the bets, and the next one is for the image. So let me delete this input here. I'm going to make them here connected, how to say. And here I'm going to have a div which have some inline styling. So here the inline stylings are just a few. So here style with display flex, align items is going to be here a center, and gap is going to be 12 pixel, and lastly width of 50%. Usually I try to stay away from inline stylings, but this time I have written it with inline stylings. I'm going to use them once. It's not that big of a deal. Here label is going to be HTML4 or photo, and here property picture AI outline file image. So let me copy, and here let me paste. So React icons AI. Okay. Here again is the same logic with the sign up. Again, we are uploading an image. Here I'm going to have an input which is a type of a file, ID of photo, so it's connected here with the label. As you see here, the HTML4 in the label is connected here with the input by the ID. Okay, so here our style is going to be again display of none, and here set photo, on change is going to be event, and here set photo e.target.files, and we get the zeroth index. I'm just going to make this on several lines to make it more readable, just like this. And here below the input I'm going to have, if we have a photo, we're going to show the name of the photo. We did not have that functionality in the register, we're going to have it right now. So here photo.name. Here below the div here I'm going to have a button which is list property. And here below the form I'm going to have AI outline close with a class name here of classes.remove icon. And here I'm going to have on click handle close form. So that function I have written it for the second time, I need to write it. So here let me copy it, handle close form. It is basically closing the form and doing one or two things additionally. So here handle close form, I don't take anything as an input. Oops, I here forgot the equal sign. So here it is going to have set show form to false, set photo here to no, and set state is going to be an empty. So when I close it, I'm going to empty the state and the photo inside it. So whoops, let me go here, set photo is not defined, let's define it if it's not. So here const photo set photo is equal to use state empty string. Handle list property is not defined. Oh yes, this is a function that we need to define. So here async, it takes an event as a parameter, and I'm going to write event prevent default preemptively. So here if I click on, just I want to refresh, and here if I click on it, you see how it is looking. Of course we're going to right now use CSS, and it's going to look amazing. So I suggest to you, my friends, that we head right into our styling sheets. So again, I'm going to split the screen, scroll down here, and let's go. So here I'm going to make a comment to separate it. So here list property form, and let's go. Dot list property form is going to be here position absolute, top is going to be 0, left is going to be here 0, height is going to be 100 VH, width is going to be 100 VW, background color is going to be RGB 000 0.4. Then display of flex, align items of center, justify content of center, and the index of 99999. Just putting some random, I have put 6 nines. Below the list property form, I'm going to have list property wrapper, which is going to have here position of relative. Then background color is going to be FFF, height is going to be 87.5 VH, width is going to be 35 VW, and border radius is going to be 20 pixels. So let me see how it's looking. If I click here, it's getting closer and closer, and you see here that overlay how here is darker, and when I click on it, it gets removed. So here if I type something, because I empty the state, I can go here, click here, and go here, and nothing is here. Nice. Okay, so here the wrapper, it's list property, not property. Property, I don't know if there is such a word in English like property. I seriously don't know. Okay, right now, yeah, it looks nice. Okay, so here list property wrapper is going to be here h2 with a text align of center, margin of 2.5 on top and bottom, and 0 left and right, and specifically for the bottom I'm going to make it a little bit more, so 3.5. Then list property wrapper, the form, the div, and the label inside. I know it's quite strange to look it like this, but don't worry. So display of flex, align items of center, gap of 12 pixel, font size of 18, and margin right of 1 rm. So it is basically this here, and I see that it's not quite making it here. You see the button. I'm going to make the where it is here. I'm going to make it just to 90 VH. Right now it's going to be, yes, it's going to be like this. So let me continue. Dot list property wrapper, and here the button is going to have margin top of 0.5 rm. So let me click it, okay. And here of course I'm going to make the remove icon position absolute. So position absolute, top of 1 rm, right of 1 rm, font size of 22 pixel, and cursor of pointer, which is that icon here. So if you see how it's here, so I can either click here on the overlay, or I can click here on the remove icon to get rid of the form. Nice. Of course we need to make the functionality, which is going to be the more interesting part. So let me close it, and here I want to check one thing. Here, didn't I have, I here forgot to write on click handle logout. It is a super simple function. So just to make the logout functionality, I'm not going to log out right now, but just to make it. So here above everything, const handle logout, and the handle logout is going to look just like this. So here dispatch logout, so here logout like this, and then navigate to the sign in. So here I'm going to have the dispatch is equal to use dispatch, and then const navigate is equal to use navigate. And here the logout function, I need to import it. So here I'm going to open the old slice, and here import it. So it is here, it's imported. Okay. Here I have the handle state thing, so this is working. Let's make here the handle list property function. Again, I'm going to have here let file name is equal to no, the same logic here that I had in the sign up. You see here that thing. I can copy paste it, but I'm going to write it for you just to remember it, because I'm sure that you don't see this thing every day. So here, if photo const form data is going to be equal to new form data. Again, I repeat why we have form data, because otherwise we could not send images. That's how we can send images. Then file name is going to be equal to crypto random UID plus photo.name. This is again a random ID generator, which is in JavaScript. It's not like a module that you need to install. It is in JavaScript. Here form data.append file name, and here file name. Then again form data.append. Here it's image, and here photo. So here we have await request. Just let me open this to be able to import it. So like this, and here we have slash upload slash image, again a post request, again empty headers, form data here, and here we have true. So this is for image uploading, and here if we don't have an image else, we just return. Oops, return. Okay, let's post the actual data, the property data. So here we have a try catch, console.error, error, and here for the try block, I have const options are equal to authorization, two dots, bearer, and we get the token. I think I have not imported it. Yes, I need to import it. So here I get the token, and here of course I'm going to have content type application slash JSON. Here are the options, and here we make the actual request. So here await request slash property post request. Here are the options, and here we spread the body. So dot state, and here image the file name. Oops, image file name. So this is how we do it, and then we can console log the data. So just like this to see that it's a success actually, and then we set show form to false, or we can just call this function actually in the close form. Why I'm doing it like this? So like this. And let's make a property. So here the type is going to be beach. Wait, here it is title. The title. So here European property. Here the type is going to be village. Description is going to be. I'm going to write something like this. The content is going to be Europe. Price is going to be, let's say, 200,000 square meters. Let's make it 125, and beds let's make it 4. And here for the image, I'm just going to have this image here, and you see here the image name. Of course, this button is a little bit below, but that's not a big problem. I can click on this property, and when I have on inspect, I have no errors here, and here I get an object which is with the property. Nice. So here it is. We have uploaded it. That's working as successful, which is great. So here I don't need to get this data. I just wanted to see that it's working. So you see the function is working. Very nice. So I want to close this here because it clutters my workspace. And what I wanted to do here I remembered in feature properties. I have a very good memory. I need to make it like this. So http/localhost images, and here property dot photo. Was it photo? Let me see here from the models. It's img, so image, like this. Or I'm going to make just a condition here. So if I have property dot image, I'm going to make it like this. Otherwise, I'm going to show the default image. So if I go down, right now, why? Because it's not featured. Oh, let me make that feature just for you guys. So here, properties, let me refresh it. And here we're going to make the property that we have just uploaded to be featured, so you can see it. So here, featured is going to be true. Update. Let me refresh. And here you see here the image. So we are ready with this part. The next part is here. When I click here, I want to have those types and here those things, which is literally just let me close this again. So it is components and here the properties. So this is, I'm going to tell you from now, it is going to be, let's say, the most complex component, but this is of course good, because if it's more complex, you're going to learn more things on average, which is great. So without further ado, let's go. Specifically for this component here, I want first to write the state and the things, and then I'm going to write the JSX itself compared to the other properties. So here, const of properties, set of properties is equal to you state here an empty array. Then const filtered properties, set filtered properties is equal to you state an empty array. Then const state, set state is equal to here to use state no. Const query is equal to use location dot search, and here dot slice one. I'm going to explain to you why. I'm going to go to log and do some stuff. And here the comment. So slice one to get rid of the question mark. And here const array query is equal to query dot split, and we split by the ampersand. So here's the ampersand. I'm going to console log everything, so don't worry. I know it sounds very confusing initially. You're going to understand the logic of the code. It's not that easy, but it's not hard. It's like a medium. Here I'm going to have fetch all properties. Then I'm going to have parsing query params. What else I'm going to have? And here, yes, this is for now. So to fetch all properties, we just make here a use effect. So use effect, and here const fetch all properties is equal to async, and here const data is equal to await request slash property slash get all, and here a get request, and here set all properties to the data. And here I can call this, so set all properties just like this. And here, before doing anything else, I'm already here, so I can refresh. What, do I have an error or something? I do. Cannot read properties of undefined reading twice. Ah, I get it why. So wait, let me go here. And if I make it like this, this doesn't work right now. I'm going to make this function right now to not forget later for the here function. So here it's going to be quite simple, so don't worry, just literally one line of code. So here navigate to properties, and here navigate, I just need to import it. So here const navigate is equal to use navigate, and here navigate here is going to be a template string, properties question mark type is equal to the type, then ampersand continent is equal to the continent, and again we have an ampersand which is price range is equal here to the price range. So you see the logic, and of course I'm going to attach this event here to the icon, so handle search, just like this here. Okay, so if I go right now to make it like this, let's say again Europe, that price, and here mountain or village. When I click here, I have some error. Let me see, I'm very curious about the error. Cannot read properties of undefined reading twice. So it is basically the, let me see what is the mistake. So here, I forgot to call the use location. I need to call it with the parentheses like this. So guys, add the parentheses here. I forgot them. So right now we have no error. Okay, that was the error. That was the entire error. No problem. So here, let me console log everything. So first I want to console log the query, which is the use location and search. So we have this here, and of course we have here ampersand and ampersand, but this question mark here I don't need it. That's why I do slice by one to get rid of the question mark. So right now you see I have everything but the question mark, and when I split it with an ampersand, you see right now how's the code. So we have no question mark, and we split with an ampersand, we get type is equal to village, continent is equal to 0, and price range is equal to 0. So we get closer and closer to something, guys. You get me? So I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to make this use effect, which is going to be very interesting. So this is really interesting use effect. To watch this, is going to be good for you, for your coding skills. So here all properties, array query, and here if array query, and all properties dot length is more than 0, because we have, there's no point in filtering when we have no properties, and if state is no, that means that we have not yet done. Wait, how is the state? Yes. Okay, so right now we're going to see what do I mean. Let formatted query is equal to an empty object initially, then array query for each here, and we get an option and an index, and here const key is equal to option dot split, and we split it by the equal sign. When first we get the first index, and then we get the first element and the second element. Wait, I cannot pronounce that words, come on. So here I'm going to console log the options. The options are basically those things here. Those are the options, so you see them, you see how are the options, and when you split them, I'm going to console log like when I split them, just for you guys to see what happens here behind the scenes. So we get the type village, continent 0, price range 1. Okay, and here I'm going to assign them, of course. So here after the key and value declaration, here formatted query is equal to spreading the formatted query, and here key value. So we're getting this value and we are assigning it to this object here, and then we make a check. So just making the comment here, oops. So here the comment, if we are on the last index, assign the formatted query object to state. So if index is equal to r query dot length -1. This means that we are on the last index literally, and here set state is going to be formatted query and handle search formatted query. We have not yet created this function, and I don't write this out of my head just like this. I have tested this, let's say, specifically this component. I've invested several hours, let's say, like, I don't remember, but at least 2 or 3 hours, at least. So that's how I find that it's working. And here, of course, for the handle search, we're going to do it right now. So this is how we get the filtering. And at last, I'm going to console log here the formatted query, just for you to see how it's going to look like. So this is the, ignore this error, this is because we have not declared the function. We're going to do it right now. And here you see continent 0, price range of 1, and type of village. But we need somehow to get from 0, we need to get to Europe, and from price range we need to get the range that is for 1. We have utility functions for this. I have think in advanced, don't worry. So this is how it's looking finally. From these parameters here, from this it's to this. I know it's quite the transformation, but it's not that complex. I mean, it's medium hard if I need to put it in a category. Okay, let me make here the const handle search, which is going to take here a parameter which is initially equal to state. If we provide something, it's going to be the thing that we have provided. If not, it's going to be equal to state. That's why here this is the logic. So here let options, and here I'm going to write a comment. We either pass the formatted obj or event. That's why we do the if else. So here we have if param if event native event. So if that is true, we have options is equal to state. Else we have options is equal to parameter. I know that's looking kind of complex, guys. Let's continue here. So const filtered properties is equal to all properties dot filter property, and here curly braces, and here const price range is equal to array price ranges options dot price range. So let's make the utility function for this thing here. So here we have a utility index to price range.js, and here I have another one, index to continent. So I have them in the GitHub. I'm just going to copy paste them to avoid losing your time. If you are interested, you can see the functionality and the logic behind them. No one is stopping you. So here, let me copy. So here it is index to continent, and here the price ranges. So just let me close this, and here I'm going to import it. So here this is literally the index. So where if it's, let's say if it's 1, if options dot price range is 1, we're getting array price ranges 1, which is the second element, which is this here. This like the simplified logic, I would say, like simplified version of what is happening behind the scenes. Or here it's equal to 1. Price range, you get the point. Then const min price is equal to number price range dot split here, and to get the 0 index. So because you see here how it is, here we have a number, we have here that dash, and here we have another number, and with the dash here I'm getting the 0th index, which is the first element, which is the minimum price, and then I can get the second element or the first index, which is this 200,000, which is the maximum price. You see here the logic? Here max price to 1, then const continent is equal to continent to index. So here I can provide an index and I can get the continent. So we're going to check this function right now. So continent to index, index to, wait, which I'm using here, wait, continent to index, so I'm using this one. So here I, from the continent, you see here how I get, so here I'm getting here the index, so here continent to index, or wait, should I get this? I have continent 0, I should get from index to continent. Yes, what I'm doing here, or is it like this? I'm going to see later. I don't want to make something buggy. So right now I'm going to leave it like this, and here I'm going to make a condition. If property dot type is equal to options dot type, here, yes, here it should be like this. Here it should be like this. So here if property, or wait, I'm getting confused if it should be this function, because here into the properties I have a number, so here it should be index to continent, right? Yes, I think it should be like this. I think yes. So property.type is equal to options.type, and continent is equal to number options.continent, and here ampersand property.price. So it must be bigger than the minimum price, but property.price, it should be smaller than the maximum price or equal. This is what it means. And else we're going to return the property just like this here. And of course I want to console log the continent here. I'm very curious. If I refresh it, it's undefined. If I make the other function, which was this one, continent to index, if I refresh, it is 0. So isn't it 0 already? Like continent to lowercase is equal to continent to lowercase. It is from the property of, guys, you have heard nothing from me. I was thinking literally another thing, another value here. So yes, we provide here the continent and to get the index back. So it is working. Yes, it should be like this. So leave it like this, continent to index. What else here we have from this function? Yes, here after this filter I have const query string is equal to type is equal to options dot type, then ampersand continent, command continent is equal to options dot continent, and here again an ampersand, price range is equal to options dot price range, and then navigate slash properties question mark, and here query string, and here I'm going to use the, oops, not here but here, replace to true. And lastly, set filtered properties. Here we have filtered them, and here we assign them to the state. So right now it should work. So here we actually written the entire logic here. So we are ready with the logic, which is again, as I said, it's not that easy to understand. So let's continue here with the JSX. So here class name is equal to classes.container, and here I have dot classes.wrapper, and here we have classes.options, and here again I'm going to have dot select things here, so I can just copy them from the hero because they're literally the same, guys. Like you can freely copy them from the hero.jsx, they're literally the same. So like this here, they are literally the same. Okay, and below them, actually not below, but here, button, and here I want to have the icon, the search icon wrapped inside the button tag, like this. And actually, not below the button, but below the button and the div. So here, I'm going to have filtered properties. If the length is more than 0, this means that we have something, we are going to display them. Otherwise, as an else, I want to display here an h2 with the class name here of classes.no property, we have no properties with the specified options. And here, of course, the interesting part, let's start. So here, we map through them. So here, let me see what exactly is happening. Yes. So here we have an empty fragment, and here we have first classes.titles with an h5 here, selected properties, and below an h2 with the property you may like. And below that div here, I'm going to have classes.properties, and inside I'm going to map through them. So here filtered products dot map property here, and here we have a div with the class name of property, and it have a key, of course, because we map through it, it must have a key. That's how React works. And here inside I'm going to have first a link from React Router DOM, which is going to be the image container. So here class name is going to be classes.image container, and it is going to navigate us to here a template string property detail slash property dot underscore id, and inside that link here we're going to have an image here with the source of http slash localhost 5000 slash images property question mark dot image, and here a node stack. Then below this link here I'm going to have classes dot details, and inside I'm going to have price and owner. So span with the class name here of price, and here I have a $sign, space, and here property dot price. Then below that span with the class name of price I have an image with the person. So here person with the class name of classes dot owner. So here let me import this. Import person from dot slash assets slash person dot jpeg. Okay, and here prices and owner, and below the prices and owner I have classes dot more details, which have here a span with the property dot pets, and here fa bet with the class name here of icon, classes dot icon. Below the span I'm going to have a span with the property dot square meters, and here I have another icon, but before the another icon we have square dot meters, and after this we have fa square view. We close it, and again I have the same class name as with the bet icon, so again it's classes dot icon. And below this more details, so below this div here I'm going to have classes dot description, and here the description. So property dot desk, oops, not here in the OPS but here. So we have set type, set pricing is not defined. Okay, so let me first import the icons, and then I'm going to show you how we're going to do the state. So here import AI outline icons from React icons AI, then import what was the FA pet and FA square faux, again from React icons FA. And here it's not square faux, but it is square few or faux. Wait, let me try square faux. And here I'm going to have the handle states trick that I showed you earlier. So here above everything const handle state, it takes an event here, and here set state, which takes the previous state and returns the previous state when we spread it, so like this, and it reassigns it. So e.target dot name, and here e.target dot value. Here I'm going to have, I already have declared the state. So here with those selects I can just paste like this. So here paste, and here paste, and we have track of the state, which is incredible. Okay, we are ready with this part, but of course those images again huge. So we have no other option but to go to the CSS, and let's start styling it. So here, let We close everything, and here let me split the screen just like this. So dot container is going to be height of 100%, width of 100%, margin top of 2.5 IRM. Then dot wrapper is going to be here max width of 1180 pixel, height of 100%, and margin of 0 auto. Then dot titles are going to be margin top of 5 IRM, display of flex, align items of center, flex direction is going to be a column, and gap of 0.5 IRM. Then below the titles we have the we target the H5 inside the titles, so color 777, font size of 18 pixel and font weight of 500. Then dot titles, and we target the H2 inside, which is color of 333 and font size of 28 pixel. Wrapper, and here the options: width of 100%, padding of 1.25 on top and bottom and 1.5 on left and right, border radius of 20 pixel, display of flex, justify content of space around, align items of center, and here background is going to be RGBA 255, 255, 255 and 0.2. Then box shadow, or I'm just going to go again to GitHub because it's again some box shadow stuff that I just don't want to lose your time. It's not some complex logic to copy paste. I rarely copy paste complex logic. So here properties, module, and here let me copy this. You see how it's looking. What is happening right now? What is the error? Cannot read properties of undefined reading split on line 68. Line 68. So here it is price range. What is the problem here? I don't get it. It should be like this. Is that the problem? Cannot read properties of undefined. What is the problem? Let me check it. So price range. So what is the price range here? If I refresh, it's undefined. Why it's undefined? So here it is options dot price range. I think I have a clue why it's undefined. Here line, here why it's undefined. So here options. So here we make everything handle state, handle search, and here let me console log here the options. So why, how it's this price range and one, why it's concatenated with the key? Here, wait, how that happened? So it should be equal right now. Is it something because of here? I have a clue actually why it's like this. Here I forgot the question mark. So guys, the only mistake is I forgot here equal mark, equal symbol. This is the only thing. So here line 85 here on const query string and here on the price range is equal to options.price range. This was the mistake. You know, sometimes it happens. So I wanted to see how this is looking, but why the background color is this? So here options, wrapper options. Because I have to yet to target the select. So here let's make it like this, and here dot options, and here select is going to be here height of 40 pixel, min width of 160, max width of 200 pixel, then border of none, outline is going to be none, padding of 0.25 on top and bottom and 0.75 on left and right, then background color of blue. After the background color of blue, color of FFF, border radius of 12 pixel, font size of 18 pixel, and cursor of pointer. So right now, let me see. Yes, right now they're looking okay. So after this, we target the dot options, and inside we target here the search btn outline of none, border of none, come on, border of none, then width of 40%, height of 40%, cursor of pointer, and background color of transparent. Then dot options, here search btn, and here search icon, border 1 pixel solid transparent, after this border radius 50%, after this padding of 0.6 I removed all sides, then height of 100%, width of 100%, background color is going to be here linear gradient 90 degrees. Here again I'm going to copy paste. I really don't like to write linear gradients because they're, you see, this is the thing that we need to copy paste. It's just the background color here, and this is it. So come on, load. Why it's behaving like this here? If I refresh again the page, so you see here why it's not targeted. Wait, I forgot here to apply search icon. So it's inside the button. Here it should be with the class name of classes.search btn. That's why it doesn't get applied. Oh, right now it looks very nice. And we're going to make it when it's active. We're going to make, that's why I have repeated button. So right now we're going to see. So in the button, make the button active. I repeat, make the button colon active. Like you make hover, you make it active. In here, border 1 pixel solid RGB 7373. Then fill is going to be RGB 7373. Oops. And below we're going to have background of FFF. So like this, you see here how it is when you click. This is not when you hover. You see I'm hovering, nothing happens. When I click, it happens. Okay, what can I do? Wait, if I do it like this, we have some properties. Why are they not showing up? Wait, MongoDB here. Let me refresh here. I want to see what properties do I have. So here into the properties, want with some with the real image. So here price of 200,000. So yes, it's 200,000. So between 200,000, it's in Europe and it's a village. But when I click, nothing pops up, which is kind of interesting. So here it's equal and equal. Let me console log here, filtered properties. It's basically an array of 0. Wow, wait, when I properties, so I have them. So I'm going to delete the first two because you see here the image is some dummy tag that I have done earlier in the backend, so I want to delete it, and I'm going to make several properties, and right now we are going to see them. Of course I have not styled them, but I just want you to see that it's working. And here, why it's like this, I really wonder. I want to check here. So property dot type, and here options dot type. If I refresh here, it is village. Okay, then continent, and here options continent. Right now it is 0. Because this is a string, that's why it doesn't pop up. So here, which is string here? The second parameter, which is options.continent, but I make it as a number here. Why it's like this? Why it's behaving like this? That's some unexpected behavior. So here it's option but here it's a number. Wait, my bad, what I'm talking. So right now, if I make it like this, I refresh the page, they're both equal. So the problem must be here. So property price, and here minimum price. So if I refresh here the second is undefined, which is a minimum price. Is it because it should be here? Is that the problem? The index should be here. Yes, that was the problem. Okay. So make the index here on the right side of the closing parentheses here. You see here how are they situated. So that's why we didn't see that pop-up. Okay, you see here we get that property pop-up. Let's start here writing the CSS. So here, just let me remove that console log and go down for you to see what I'm doing. So here, individual, so I'm just going to type here properties just to separate a little bit. And here dot properties is going to be margin top of 3 IRM, width of 100%, display of flex, flex wrap of wrap, and here gap of 2 IRM. Then dot properties, here property, and here image container. It is going to have display of inline block, then height of 350 pixel, width of 80%, margin bottom of 0.5 IRM, overflow is going to be here of hidden, and here cursor is going to be pointer. After this I'm going to target here I'm just going to copy this and just like this, and here the image. So just copy, and here we target the image, which is going to have a height of 100%, width of 100%, object fit of cover, transition of 150 milliseconds. So then dot properties, I'm just going to copy paste it because it's just a hover effect for the image. So colon hover, and its scale 1.035. So just the same thing that we did here. But right now it's behaving like this because the image of this person is taking a lot of our website, a lot of our width. So we're going to target it right now. So then dot properties, and here the owner, which is not the direct children. This means direct children. This means just if it's inside, we target it. It doesn't matter how deep is it in the hierarchy. So here, height of 36 pixel, width of 35 pixel, not 36 but 35, border radius of 50%, and object fit of cover. So you see here that man is here. Right now the image is smaller. Here you can hover it. It's nice. And here dot property, and then the details is going to be display of flex, flex direction of column, gap of 1 IRM, and padding of 0 top and bottom, and left and right of 0.5. Then dot property details, and then price dot price and owner is going to be here width of 80%, display of flex, justify content of space between, and align items of center. So right now you see how the price is spaced out from the owner of the house. Then okay, here dot price and owner, and here price. So here font weight of both and font size of 18 pixel. Then dot more details is going to be here display of flex, align items of center, and gap of 1.25 IRM, and here margin bottom of 0.5 IRM. Then more details, and the span inside is going to have here a display of flex, align items of center, gap of 1 IRM, border right of 1 pixel, solid 0707 B5, and here color is going to be 2C, 2CDC. And here more details is going to be span, last child is going to be border of none. Then dot description is overflow of hidden, text overflow of ellipsis, white space of no wrap, max width of 250 pixel, font size of 18 pixel, color of 222. Then no property is going to be here text align of center, margin top of 5 IRM, font size of 36 pixel, and color of 222. This is the H2. So here the image is kind of small. As you see here, we can make it certainly bigger. So if I go here, the width should be 100%. Yes, I like it that way more. Here I'm going to make the price and owner again 100%. Yes, like this. And here For the right here, I forgot the padding right of 1.25. I removed this here, so add the padding here, padding right on this span. So you see here how it is. It looks very nice. Here the house, the price, the owner, and here some metadata. So I'm going to create several model properties. So here the title is going to be, let's say again, I don't know, like you Asian properties, just to have a different title. The type is going to be, let's say, beach. Description is I'm just going to write something. The continent Asia, price let's pick like two 200 and 250,000, so like this square meters, but 200 that's 5, and I'm going to pick some random image. So here beach, and here list property. So here I'm going to refresh. Oops, I get nothing because of that query parameters. Right now let me search. So I made it a beach and it's Asia. So right now when I search, you see how it is, like there is a great difference. But this which should be fixed here because of that image. So let me go here above image container, so properties, and here the width should be, let's make that 400 pixel. Yes, 400 pixel is good enough for the width. So here in the image container, guys, change the width from 100% to 400 pixel. I want it to be static. You can even make it 350, the same as the height. I think that will look better. Yes, that looks even better. Yes, yes. So this looks amazing. You can see here. Let me search again for what was it here. And here right now you see the price range is 2. This means that it should be here, but when I refresh it's not here. I can fix this insanely easy. So I want to remove the CSS just to have some space, and here value is going to be here state dot type. Then for the select here is going to be price range like this, and here is going to be continent. So right now you see how it is, but why it's not changing here? Let me see here from my main screen. Here we have to provide a name, of course. I don't know how I forgot this part. So here name is going to be a type. Then I'm going to copy and paste it for this and just change here the text to price range and continent. So right now you see when I refresh the page here, it's, come on, what happened right now? Oh, let me see here what's the problem. I know the problem. I need here to put question marks here because initially it's undefined. That's normal behavior. I forgot to do this. So right now when I refresh, you see here how it is. Like here it's Asia automatically. If I make here the continent 2, it's going to be different continent. So right now it's Africa. If I make it 0, it's going to be Europe. So you see how it is working. And when I click here on the search or here, it's not specified with the weight. Don't I have it should be here village, and here is the European property. So this is working as we intended. The only part left is here the property details page, which is not that, let's say that it's medium complexity, I would say. So here let me go here to the property detail and let's start typing here the JSX. So first let me remove the text here, and here I'm going to have class name is going to be equal to classes.container. Then I'm going to have here classes.wrapper, and here I'm going to have a left side, and when you have a left you have a right side. So this is a left and a right side, and here I'm going to have an image of the property. So here source and the image. And actually I think it's going to be better if we first fetch the property itself and then we write the JSX, because the data is dynamic and we cannot do anything. So here const user, we're going to need it is equal to use selector state, and here state dot auth. Let me import the use selector. So use selector from React Redux. Okay, then below this I'm going to have const property detail set property detail is equal to use state no. then const show form, set show form is equal to use state to false, const title, set title is equal to use state, again an empty string, come on, const description, set description is equal to use state here, again an empty string, const id is equal to use params like this, and here const form ref. I'm going to need this because here in that specific component I'm going to send we're going to send emails, which is going to be something that I have never done in my previous video, so it's going to be quite interesting here. So without further ado, let's continue. Here I have this because of the image here. I'm just going to comment it for now to get rid of the error, and here let's fetch the details. So here use effect just like this, and I'm going to provide the ID as the dependency because when the ID changes I want to fetch again, and here the function const fetch details is equal to async like this, try catch console dot error error, and here for the try block const data is equal to await request slash property slash find, and here the ID, and it's going to be a get request, and here set property details to the data like this, and of course we call a function, so I can console log the property detail, and let me see. So when I click here, initially it's a no, of course it's no initially, but when it fetch, everything is here. You see, everything is here, the European property type village and all of the other stuff. So the data is fetched successfully. Here I'm going to have again const handle close form, which is again for closing a form. This form is not going to be for making properties, but to send an email to the owner of the property. It's going to be quite interesting. So here set show form is going to be false, and here set title is an empty string, come on, and here set description is an empty string, and here I have const handle contact owner, which is an async, it takes an event, and of course I'm going to write again preemptively event.prevent default, and here to do emails, to do send email logic. Here let me uncomment this image tag, and here HTTP localhost 5000 images, and it was a property detail question mark dot image. So you see that village here, that beautiful house, but it's super big because I have not styled it, that's why. And here let's start with the right side. So for the right side here I have initially an h3 with the class name here of classes.title, and here we have title colon, and here I have property detail question mark title. Then below the h3 I'm going to have classes.details, which is going to have a classes.type and continent, quite self-descriptive class names I would say, and here type, and here I have inside the type a span, which is containing here the property detail and the type. Here continent is going to be equal to property dot continent, just like this, and here below the div here I'm going to have a div with the class name of price and owner, which is going to be span dot classes dot price, and here again another span inside with a price colon space dollar sign, and here I'm going to have here the price itself. So here property detail dot price, and here span style display is going to be flex align items center and gap of 12 pixel, and here of course owner, here the image of the person, so here source is going to be HTTP localhost 5000 slash images slash property details question mark current owner, and here the profile image. So let me see if it's actually working. And here is the image of this man here. Nice, it's working. So the logic is working successfully. Nice. But we still have to write some other things. So here below the prices and owner, below the prices and owner, I have classes dot more details, and here span with the property detail, here bets, and here fa bet with the class name here of classes dot icon, and below I'm going to have again another span with the property detail dot square meters, and here fa square foo, and here I have triple S. I need to remove one of it, and of course I'm going to have the same class name here. So below this div here and below those two divs here, I'm going to have a paragraph with the class name here of description, and here description, and here inside the span the description itself. So here property detail dot desk. Below this I'm going to have a button with the class name of contact owner, and here the text is, you guessed it, contact owner. And here I'm going to provide an on-click event which is going to make the set show form equal to true. And below, not that button, below this, the button and those two divs here, I prefer to select it for you to be incredibly as much visible as I can. So here between the above the last div here, let's make show form, and if it's true we're going to write here the form. So here div class name is going to be classes dot contact form, on click is going to be here handle close form, and here the div is going to have a class name here of contact form wrapper, and is going to have here an event of on click event e dot stop propagation. So inside the contact form wrapper, I'm going to have here an h2 with the text of send email to owner, and below the h2 I'm going to have the form. So here the form, and I'm going to make here the ref, so ref here to the form ref, that variable here that I have created here in the beginning. So it's not coming out of nowhere, you see. And here I'm going to have here the input, which is going to be here a type of a text, placeholder of my email, and here we need to have a name, which is from underscore email. This is because of email.js. We're going to use email.js to send emails. Right now I'm going to write here the names, and you are going to see how they are going to be connected to, let's say, connected to the email.js template. So right now just type here the name, and you are going to see why do I do it. What else do I do here? It's my username underscore username, another input which is going to be here, type email my, so here it is a placeholder owner email, and here the name is to underscore email, so here from our email to the person email. And here we're going to have two more inputs, which is going to be text, and here again text. Both of them are going to be text. Here the placeholder is title, so the title and the description of the email. So here it's going to be it's going to be from underscore title, and here again it's going to be from underscore description, or actually not from underscore description, but message, just like this here. And below this I'm going to have a button with the text of send, and below the form I'm going to have AI outline close, here class name of classes dot remove icon. So on click handle close form. So This is the property details. Of course, we need to hit into the CSS to make it visible. So here I'm going to again split the screen as I've done in every single component. Here let's start. So dot container is going to be height of calc 100 vh minus 60 pixel, width of 100% and margin top of 5 rem. Then dot wrapper is going to be max width of 1108 pixel, height of 100%, margin of 0 auto, display of flex, align items of flex art and gap of 46 pixel. Then we are going to have the left and the right side, so I'm going to separate them. So for the left side here, we have a flex of 1 just like this, height of 100% and width of 100%. Then dot left, and here the image inside is going to be height of 65 pixel, width of 100% and object fit of color. We're going to target the right side, so dot right is going to be a flex of 1, width of 100%, display of flex, flex direction of column. Below the right we have a title, which is margin bottom of 2.5 rem, font weight of 500, font size of 28 pixel and color here of 222. Then dot price and owner, and here the owner inside is going to have height of 35 pixel and width of 35 pixel, border radius of 50% and object fit of color. Then dot details is going to have a display of flex, flex direction of column, gap of 1 rem and padding of 0 top and bottom and 0 come on, so padding 0 top and bottom and left and right of half rem. Dot details, and inside the details price and owner is going to be width of 100%, display of flex, justify content of space between align items of center and margin bottom of 2.5 rem. But you still cannot see the difference because that images are taking a lot of our viewport. So I suggest you that we first style here the images to make them smaller because we cannot see anything. Here, where is the image here of that person? So here the prices and owner, and here I forgot the class name, that's why it's still super big. So here classes.owner here for the image of the person. So right now, okay, you see, it's okay, nice. Let's continue here. Just add the class name here for the image tag here, classes.owner. Let's continue here. So we were last with the prices and owner. Let's continue. So here price and owner, and here dot price is going to be font weight of both and font size of 18 pixel. Then dot price and owner dot price, and here span is going to have a font weight of normal, so font weight of normal and font size of 17 pixel. Then dot more details is going to be display of flex, align items of center, gap of 1.25 rem and margin bottom of 3 rem. Then more details is going to be here a span, which we have a display of flex, align items of center, gap of 1 rem, border right of 1 pixel, solid 0707 b5, color of 2C DC, and here padding right of 1.25 rem. So right now you see how it's looking. Of course, right now we're going to remove for the lash out the border, so more details, span, lash out, border, none, like this. Then type and continent is going to be a display of flex, justify content of space between, align items of center, text transform and capitalize, and margin bottom of 2 rem. So you see how they're looking right now. Let's continue here. So type and continent, the div and the span inside the div, background color of 2500 AC, color of FFF, which is a white color as you know, padding of 0.4 on top and bottom and 1 on left and right, border radius of 12 pixel, margin left of 0.25 rem. Then dot description is going to be overflow of hidden, then text overflow of ellipses, then white space of no wrap, max width of 450 pixel, font size of 18 pixel, and margin of 2 item top and bottom and 0 left and right. And here the span of for the description, color of 444, and here font size of 16 pixel. Then .contact owner is going to have width of 25%, text align of center, border 1 pixel solid transparent, outline is going to be none, margin top of 1.5 IRM, padding of 4 IRM top and bottom, and 1 left and right, white space of no wrap, background color is going to be here, background color, again 2500 AC, color of white, and cursor of pointer. So let me see how it's looking. Nice, it's looking great at the moment. And here of course we need to provide the hover effect. So hover, border color is going to be this color is going to be again the 2500 AC, and here background color is going to be FFF. And here I'm going to style the contact form. So I'm going to make this variable here true just for you to see how it is. Or actually I can make it as a false and click the button, what I'm doing. So I can click the button, same thing. Here contact form is going to be position of absolute, top is going to be 0, right is going to be 0, height of 100 VH, width of 100 VW, then background color is going to be RGB A of 0.45, display of flex, align items of center, justify content of center, and the index of 9999, just put several 9s to be extra sure. Here contact form wrapper is going to be position of relative, background color is going to be FFF, height of 65 VH, width of 25 VW, border radius of 20 pixel. So right now let me see how it's looking. Okay, it's looking nice, but I mean it's not looking nice right now, but it's going to look soon. So here contact form wrapper H2 is going to be text align of center, margin bottom of 2.5 on top and bottom, and 0 left and right. Actually it's a margin, just margin, so margin 2.5 and 0, and margin bottom, let's make it more, so 3.5. Then contact form wrapper, form, here the div, and here, wait, why do I target the label? Do I have here a label? No, I don't have a label. Okay, and what else do I have? Just let me click it. I mean, I just need to position absolute this, so dot remove icon is going to be position absolute, top is going to be 1 item, right is going to be 1 item, font size of 22 pixel, and cursor of pointer. So we've made the design, you see it's working. Let's make the functionality for sending the email. So guys, let's go to email.js.com. This is the website that I'm going to use to send emails programmatically. So here click on sign up free if you have not yet created an account, but I have created one already, so I can just sign in. Here I'm going to type my email, and then I'm going to provide the password. So okay, wrong password, let me try this one. Okay, this one is not wrong. So this is a previous service, but I can use this. Yes, I can use it, it's not a problem. So we need to have three things. We need to have the service here, the service ID, which is one of those things. The second thing here is the email template that you see here, where it is, yes, it have a template ID. And the third here is it was yes here into the accounts, and here we need the public key. So first I'm going to get here the service ID. So I'm going to create into the source directory, I'm going to create here a .cmv file, and here I'm going to name my variable like this. So I can just close right now the CSS, I don't need it. So react app and service ID. Environmental variables, oops, environmental variables in React are a little bit different than in Node.js with one thing. They must start here with React underscore app underscore service, and here the whatever you want. But here it must start with React underscore app. Okay, let me get here this one. So, oops, I can get the template like this. Wait, did I copy it? Come on, how can I copy this? Connected. Come on, I cannot copy a template. Are you kidding me? Okay, I have copied here the React app template ID and here the template ID. And the next thing is the public key that we have here. So React app public key, and here we paste it. So here are our environmental variables, so we can get them like this. So const service ID is equal to process.env.react underscore app underscore service underscore ID. I'm going to copy paste them for the template ID, and here it's template ID, and here it is a public key. So here public key, and here public key. Let me try to console log them to see if I have them. I mean, to see if the environmental variables are configured correctly. So that's why I console log them, just to see console, and here I have undefined. After several minutes of debugging, the problem is that the .env file must be into our root directory, so to speak, in our client, directly in our client, not in our source, not in components, directly here in our client. So the .env file is on the same level as those three directories here. That was the problem. Okay, let me close it. And here, let's make the function so we know that it works. So handle contact owner, I want to attach it here to the form with a non-submit event. So here on submit, and here I'm going to paste the function. And here, let's go. So here email.js.send from, but I sense that there is a problem. So the problem is that I have not installed npai entities at email.js/browser. This is the package. This is the name of the package. So install this package here and we will try it. So let's continue here. First we need to provide the process.env, or wait, I took them as a variable, so it's not a problem what I'm doing here. I did that. Then the template ID, then the form ref.current, and then the public key. And then I'm going to have then as a result here. So I'm going to console log the result, and if we have an error, we are going to catch this error, of course. So here error, and we are going to console log the error like this. So it is, to be honest, pretty easy. We don't even need this, I think, or wait, I'm going to leave them for now. I'm not sure if I need them currently. Let me see. I don't need them. Okay, so let's see how is the form. Here when email.js is not defined, I have not imported it, no problem. So let's import it. So, oops, not MPI, but import email.js from at email.js browser, like this. So if I click on contact owner here, my email, my username, so here those fields here should be filled. So you don't know how we can do it, it's not hard. So here value is going to be user.email. Here I'm going to copy this value, and here is going to be set of an email is going to be username, like this. And here too is going to be property detail dot current owner dot email. So you are going to see the email here. So why I know why the emails here are the same. Why, you may ask? Because we are the same user that have created it, so we're going to contact ourselves, like there's no point. So what was the other property here? This is the European, but I have I think a beach here, and here the Asian one. Yes, here this one. Am I the same here? Okay, let's make then another account. So here click on logout. So you see logout works. And here let's create, I don't know, yeah, like user 12345 at email.com here, upload photo. I'm just going to pick some random photo. Here 123, 123. And let me go here and let's contact the owner. So something happened here, as you may noticed. I'm going to try again here to see the error. So inspect here, and when I click cannot read properties of no 9 line 94, so 9, why is there's a problem? I have not imported the user or what? So right now if I make it like this, is it still a problem? Okay, right now it's not a problem. So my mail, wait, I want to console log this to see what's the matter. So if I console log the user, and it's no, how the user is no, isn't the application here? Wait, didn't I just register? Why is that the problem? Maybe because when I register here, I don't remove the local storage or what? So here, local storage.clear. If that's the problem, I'm going to try again. So let me clear this here. Let's refresh the page and then try to sign in. So user 123456 at gmail.com 123123. Here click inspect and here let's sign in. So okay, we have logged in successfully. Here we are. So actually let's search here. So let's search for beach, this price. I made one property while I was not filming the video, so this is the property that I made with my email. So here contact owner, here that's my email, and here let's make the title, I don't know, like hello bro, how are you, and let's click send. So we need to send it to this email here. So when I click send, let me see here in my email. So my friends, you see it is working as I wanted it to work. So this part of the application is working as intended. So let me close here my Gmail here. And what we have here, we have done here with that functionality, we did the details. We have one thing to do which is not that small, to be honest, which is the responsiveness of the page itself. So I suggest you that we first start here with the navbar. So let me make the page inspect, and here let's make it 999 initially. I'm just going to make it like this, and it is like I don't want to touch the navbar, like for specifically for this dimension. It's not that big of a deal, so I'm just going to go here into my GitHub just to copy the medias itself. I'm going to delete the style exercise, and we're going to do it from scratch, so don't worry. So here I'm just going to paste it, and here I'm just going to delete whatever is here. So we're going to start. So what is this? Okay, because of the dot. So when I click here on list property, you see how it is. I want to make it a little bit bigger. So here the height is going to be 90. Wait, I need to target element. So here list property wrapper is going to have a height of 95 VH and width of 60 VW. So right now, when I click here, you see how it is, but it's even right now small. The button, come on button, I'm just going to copy, and here make the margin top to 0, let's say. Can I make the button, the form just 100 VH, just like this here? I mean, it's not the best solution. Let's make it like this. Let's make it 100 VH, it's not that big of a deal. Okay, here it is, and let's decrease here the width to 55. Yes, I like it that way. So here we don't need to touch this, it's not that big of a deal here. And here we can make them actually in one row, the featured those properties here, not featured but the popular properties. So let me go here to the CSS of the popular properties. Where are you? Here. So let me paste here the rest. Oops, not this, but I'm just going to copy this. and here let me remove it, and here I want to target here the dot properties. I want to make them here justify content center. So right now you don't see the difference, but I'm going to make right now, so dot properties, and here dot property, and the image inside with width of 450 pixel. So you see how are they looking. Then dot property is going to be width of 50%. So right now you see how are they, and let's make the container here dot container margin bottom of 5 ARM. So right now you see how are they looking. They are right now in one column. Okay, let's touch here the featured properties. So let me go here to the featured properties and let's make them. So here of course I'm going to remove this part, and here dot container is going to have margin top of 5 IRM, margin top not bottom, like this. Let's make it actually a 10 to see. Okay, right now it's spaced out as I wanted it to be, yes. And then I'm going to target the dot featured properties. They are going to be display of flex direction is going to be here a column, align time center and justify content of center. So right now you see how are they centered. And here the footer and the newsletter, I don't need to touch them. So let me click here on, no, actually not click, but let me search here for, I don't know, let's say beach, this price, and here Asia. Let's search here and let's apply the responsiveness here for the properties. So close these files here and let me go here. Just I want to close everything because I have so many files here. Okay, so here we go to properties, and here I'm going to copy to just paste this, and here I'm going to target first the options. So dot wrapper, and the options inside are going to have here width of 90%, padding of 0.75 on top and bottom, and 1 on left and right, and margin of 0 auto. So right now you see how it is. If I remove those stylings, you're going to see it different. So right now you see how it's looking. Right now when I apply those stylings, it looks much better. And then I'm going to target here dot properties, justify content of center. So right now you see how are they centered. That's looking nice. And I can even apply margin top of 1.5 area just to space them a little bit, or actually more. Let's make them 3.5. Yes, like this. And here I want to provide some gap here. So what is the normal gap here? It is 2 IRM, so let me make it 2.5 maybe. Yes, 2.5 works. And here let me see here for the details, we're going to touch the details as well. So property detail here, let me paste this in here for the details. Dot left is going to be display of flex, justify content of flex, and then let me see how it's looking. Okay, then dot left, oops, dot left, and here the image inside is going to be here a width of 90% and height of 75%. So right now you see the image is smaller. Here dot right is going to be width of 90%, and then dot contact form wrapper is going to be a height of 75 VH and width of 75 VW. So when I click here, you see how it is. But if I had not applied the stylings, I wonder how it's, oh, okay, that's how it's going to look like without responsiveness. And this is how it's looking right now. It looks much better in my opinion, and I think in almost everyone's opinion. So let me close it here, and this is looking okay. So let's go on to the next breakpoint, which is going to be a lot of fun, especially with the navbar. So 768, and you see here right now, here we need to change something because it's, you see how they're all smashed in together. So of course we need to do some things here. So for the navbar here, let me go here to the navbar, and here let me make, oops, let's make here const show mobile nav set show mobile nav is equal to use state to false initially. So in order to make here the mobile, we can go here below this here, so below this and this, so we're here, and here we have a div with the class name of mobile nav, and here inside, if show mobile nav is true, we're going to have classes dot navigation. Come on, why is that here like this? So like this, and I'm going to make that. So inside the classes dot navigation, we are literally going to have what we have here in our usual navbar. So I can freely copy and paste without any regret. I think so. I don't want to say a big word. So right now, this should not be visible. So of course, let me go here. Wait just a second. Okay, so here I'm going to make the wrapper display of none, and dot mobile is going to mobile nav is going to be display of flex, width of 100%, height of 100%, line items of center. So you see right now how it is, but we still need to write a lot of things. And here the mobile navbar is usually display of none. So by default it's a display of none. So here above the responsiveness it's a display of none, and here we display it. And here we have display of none on the wrapper, so we do the inverse logic, so to say. And let me just close it here just to have the navbar. Okay, so let me go here back to the navbar.js. And here what else we have to write? So here below this here, so below this div here, I'm going to have here show form, and if show form and if show mobile nav like this, we're going to have exactly this thing here. So I can freely copy and paste, to be honest. So like this. So this is going to show only if we have those both two things, and this is basically it. And here below this, so here there's so many divs here, I'm getting confused when I look at my monitor, but here it is below this. So we have here, if we don't have mobile nav, we're going to show JI hamburger menu with the class name here of classes dot hamburger icon, and here I'm going to provide an on click, which is going to be here set show mobile nav to the opposite of the previous, like this. So GI hamburger menu is not defined. Okay, we're going to import it right now. Import from React icons GI, and let me see right now. We don't see it, or do we? Okay, we see it. Let me refresh here. Okay, so let me go back again to the CSS and let's start typing the code. So then below .mobile nav, we're going to have hamburger menu, hamburger icon, not menu, and here display is going to be a block, margin left of 1 rm, and font size of 26 pixel, like this. Perfect. Then if I click on this, you see how this is looking. Of course we need to change it. Here dot center, and the input inside is going to be background color of transparent. Then dot mobile close icon is going to be position of absolute, top 1.5 rm, right 1 rm, font size of 24 pixel. So right now when I click on this, I want it to be, you know, oh okay, so it is exactly below this. So here dot navigation is going to be here width of 75%, width of 100%, position fixed, then top of 0, left of 0, z index of 99999. Just I'm going to write some 9s in here, background color of FFF. So right now it's going to look like this. Is position fixed, top left position. Okay, then below here we have display of flex, justify content of space around. Below this, align item center, flex direction of column, and gap of 2.5 IRM. And here below I have model is going to be a color of FFF. So like this, and it should be here on that side. So my friends, I was wondering why it was looking like this. The mistake was again a very silly one. here into the navigation, the height it should be here 100% and the width 75, not width and width, it's width and height. So here make the height 100% and here width 75% in the navigation class name. So right now it is working as I intended, but when I click here, you see how it is. I need to move it a little bit. So you see here I have already moved it, but can I move it even more? Let me try it. So 20 pixel, how I'm going to move it? No, let's make it 15. Let's make it 13.5. I like it that way, and I can bump up the view width. Like, oh, that's too much. Let's make it, let's say, and 5. And here I'm going to make this 12. I'm just making some arbitrary data. Okay, so this is working here. And here I should have an icon to toggle away from this. So here the icon. So my friends, here just let me remove this. Here I have tried something, but the close icon should be positioned here between the left and the center side. So here AI outline close, and here I'm going to give it the class name of classes.mobile close icon, and it's going to do just this thing here. So on click is going to be like this. Set show mobile nav is going to be false. So mobile close icon here. Let me, have I already targeted? Let me see here. Yes, I have already targeted. So we can go here, and you see it's here. I have already targeted this thing here. So top here right, and here font size of 24 pixels. So I can do this. And here, why do I see here an icon? Let me see where it is exactly. So this is below the mobile nav. Let me check where it is. And I need to make a condition or what? Wait, if I make a condition, show mobile nav. Now it's another icon here, which I don't know from where popped up. Ah, this is that icon here that I've tried. You have probably not written this. I did that outside of the video, so I'm just going to remove it. You don't need to do anything. And here you see. So right now you can toggle like this. Here I can list a property. Here I can do whatever I want. So the next part here is the hero section, which is going to have still quite a few stylings. So let's go here. Let me close here the navbar and let me go here to the hero. So the hero is going to be, just let me copy here from the navbar this. So just the media. I'm going to remove the stylings here. So here you see how it's looking right now. We need to make the titles smaller and the options smaller, or actually bigger. We need to make the options bigger. We're going to see what do I mean here. So dot wrapper, and here the h2 is going to be a font size of 40 pixel, then dot wrapper, and then the h5, which is a font size of 30 pixel, and then dot wrapper, we target the options width of 90%. So right now you see how they're looking right now. This is just 3 stylings and it looks completely different. That's why I like so much responsiveness. You see just those 3 simple stylings and this looks very different. If I remove them, you're going to see how it's looking. Like it's completely different with those stylings here. Okay, then okay, here we need to do some things here into the popular properties. So popular properties, and here we're going to make dot property width of 65%. Let me see how it's looking. Okay, you see right now it is looking as I wanted it to look, so this is looking amazing. Then here let me check what do I have. So here we have this, okay, this, okay. Here the footer, actually we can change it, so I'm going to copy this and let's go to the footer. So here I'm going to make the comment here responsive, and here I want to make the paragraph smaller, so I can just copy and paste it in here. Let's make it 14 pixel, and I'm going to decrease the width to just 400. So right now how it's going to look like. Still we have some stylings left to do. So here let's make the height, the footer height, if I make it to 500 pixel, how it's going to look. So footer and let's me try here the dot wrapper. So dot wrapper is going to be, instead of justify space between, what is going to be? So try justify content center, or I'm going to try align items flex start. I mean yes, and we're going to provide some footer margin top of 2.5 rm, just to space it even more, actually 7.5 rm. Let's make just a 10, yeah, like this here, and let's make this smaller. But why are they aligned like this here? Let's make here the wrapper width here of 95%. Okay, so here max width will be 300 pixel. Let me try this. Okay, 300 pixel like this is working good. So these were the settings for the footer. Let me check here the detailed properties if we have to do something. Just let me check here my code if I have for the property details. Yes, I do have actually. So let me go here, and here for the property detail, let's write something. So here the contact form wrapper is going to be larger, so height of 75 VH and width of 50 VH. And here dot contact owner is going to be a width of 150 pixel. So here you see how it's looking right now. If I remove here the stylings, how it's going to look? I mean, it's not looking great. So right now like this is looking much better. And here let me check what else do I have. So I think we are ready with the responsiveness, my friends. The next part, which is going to be the more interesting part here, is going to be the to deploy the backend as well as the front end. So my dear friends, for deployment we are going to use Netlify for the front end and here render for the back end. So let me first log in here into the Netlify. I have already created an account. If you have not, you can just register. It's not hard. Literally, it's not hard. So here I'm going to write my password, and here I'm logged in, and here simultaneously I'm going to log in into the render. So here I'm right now logged in both of the websites. So here let me first make the backend. So here web service, you see here connect repository, and here public git repository. So here I can go to my GitHub. So GitHub web, oops, not here but here. So I can go here and then go to the backend, and or no, not to the backend but to the root directory, my friends. Here where is the root directory, backend and client, and here you paste it, you click continue, and here it's loading right now, don't worry. And here just write some name. So here real estate app MERN, this will be the name. Here I have selected the location which is the closest to my home. Here I have 4 choices, and obviously from Bulgaria, Germany is by far the closest. What else? Here the root directory is going to be the backend. This is the root directory, and here npm run start is going to be, and this is it. Then the next part is create web service, and right now it's going to redirect us back to another page if I'm not mistaken. Okay, while it's doing its thing, you see here it is loading. We can go here to Netlify, and for Netlify is going to be a little bit interesting. So here I'm going to make here into the first, actually I make cd client, and here I'm in the client. I run npm run build here for the client. So here I'm writing this function, and it is going to take us not that much here, like 10 to 15 seconds, so we can see here what is going on. So here I have done everything. So yes, it's just loading, and here inside the build folder I'm going to make underscore redirects, and here I'm going to have that code here. And here into this specific file we need to add this piece of code. So here slash asterisk space index.html, and here not one but you see we have 2 spaces. So 1 space, 2 space, in total we have here 2 space, and here 200. And here we have already done here the build file. So here you can click browse to upload, and we can go here, and here it was YouTube. Let me see what was it here. YouTube real estate. So we can click on this, and here I can click on client and the build folder. So here we just upload the build folder. So you can click upload here, and this will upload all files from build. You only do this if you trust the site. Upload. And let's see what happened here. Wow, here we have some problems as I see. The URL parameter, here I know the problem. Here I have uploaded it, but I have not uploaded the environmental variables. How is it going to work? It cannot work without them. So here, mongo underscore URL, and here the value. So let me go here to the backend, and here, let me copy it. Let's go back, paste it. At environmental variable port 5000, at environmental variable, in here JWT underscore secret 123. So save changes, and here on manual deploy, you see here you click on the first one, deploy latest commit. You click on this, so it's going again to start the process. So with environmental variables right now, it is going to start it. So here we can go to logs, and it's going to start again. So let me see how this is doing. So you see here when I click, this is working. I mean, we have it working. You see here how it is nice. And of course here it is right now in progress, so we're going to wait, and I'm going to show you that it is working. So my friends, here we are on the render, and it is working successfully. So you see here server has been started and DB is connected. We have get rid of the errors. So here I'm going to copy that URL. This is like our new backend link. So here I'm going to go to not public but source, where it was not component, utils fetch API, and here I'm going to replace my link here. So do you see how convenient it is to have one centralized place in which you have your APIs? I just copy paste, and this is it. I don't need to write code in 15 components to change the localhost 5000. This is incredibly convenient. And actually I went too fast with this. I will going to again build that application here. So I'm just going to copy this, and here I'm going to delete it and build it again, because I forgot that first I need to make the backend and then the frontend. So you see here, first make the render and then make the Netlify. So right now I have made this here, and I'm just going to go here to the build underscore redirect, and here going to paste that, and it is going to be soon. Okay, so here I'm going to terminate my current site. So here delete site like this, and here is it okay. So it has been built successfully. Let me again upload it. So it's uploading usually very fast, like in 20 seconds at most. So you see how this is working. Let's see. Okay, this is working too. So I can click here on this. Let me go here to sign up. Here username something, email something at gmail.com, upload photo. So here of course I need to go here to the downloads, and here I'm going to use this image here, 123 123. Register is not working. What's the problem? Never. The site was loaded over HTTPS, but it was an insecure element. I get it. I get the problem. Of course. HTTP localhost 5000. So here I need to change that link here to here it was. Yes, it is because of the images, I think. Here too. Here I need to paste it, and here as well. So right now, let me try again. Oops, so right now sign up. Let's try to again some random data. 3123 the password. Here I'm going to again use that image here, register, and again I have some error, which is interesting. Blocked by client here, I got that, okay, we get no error. So first I got an error, then I don't have an error. We don't have an error, guys, don't worry. I get what the console means. It is because of the images.